Kristen. And we'll go on the record. State of Wisconsin versus Samantha Krebs. This is day 5 of our jury trial here in Outagamie County Circuit Court Branch 6. The witness we're going to have come back up on the witness stand in a few moments is Chad Riddle from the Appleton Police Department. There's a legal issue that one of my judicial staff attorneys was researching just that came up during the direct exam, and the court at least paused and reflected on the different layers of analysis that needed to take place, but just revisit in particular exhibits 130 and 131. The court had expressed some concern about confrontation issues and whether the witness was available or unavailable. So 908.045 is when they're unavailable. And then some of the research that the judicial staff attorney, sometimes in the past we've called them law clerks, but the staff attorney had mentioned analysis under 908.03 sub 3, which availability of Mr. Hayes is not an issue. So the court went back and looked at the statute and the case law, and just as a reminder, the two exhibits, 130 and 131, and the context of those exhibits are electronic messages, allegedly about 12 hours after the injury, the death of, injury to Mr. Carnett, his death. The context is that Mr. Hayes is a friend of Mr. Carnett to some degree and Ms. Krebs to some degree. He sends 2 electronic messages the next morning. The first one is at about 9:29 and 32 seconds a.m. So it says UTC -5, so is that still 9:30, 9:29 a.m.?
You're looking at
1:30?
Yes, I believe it is.
There's a reply that afternoon at 1:49 and 14 seconds p.m. All right, sorry, I'm going off the record. We're going to figure out what the drilling noise is that's vibrating in the courtroom. All right, back on the record. Exhibit 130 is the statement of Jeff Hayes to another person. It says, quote, "Good morning, my love. I've had an interesting overnight. I heard that a good friend of mine went manic last night and might have done something to harm himself. I really don't know what happened. He and his fiancée are really good friends of mine, and she was hanging out with me and some other friends of ours at my apartment complex when we found out. So she really doesn't know what happened either. We can't really get any information, BC, of HIPAA laws. So none of the hospitals in the area will give us any info. It's been a long night as I didn't get much sleep. I'll keep you updated as I find out." And it says, "So how are you? How was your night?" That's at 9:29 a.m. 10:31 a.m. is another message. There's some similarities. Starts off plus PLUSSSS, and it says, quote, "I heard that a good friend of mine went manic last night and might have done something to harm himself. I really don't know what happened. He and his fiancée are really good friends of mine. And she was hanging out with me and some other friends at my apartment complex when we found out, so she doesn't really know what happened either. We can't really get any information due to current HIPAA laws, so none of the hospitals in the area will give us any info. It's been a long night as I didn't get much sleep, so how are you? How was your night?" Unquote. So about 90% of it is the same as the earlier message. The only hearsay exception that could be considered, at least in the court's view, is 908.03 sub 3, an existing mental state. So Mr. Hayes is explaining he's had a long night, didn't get much sleep, seeking information about a friend, so state of mind is worry, he's concerned about his friend and finding out information from the hospital, so he's putting that out. The surrounding context based on the evidence from the earlier witnesses includes that Ms. Krebs is identified as being at his apartment or communicating with him soon after 10. Her vehicle's traced to that location, Mr. Hayes' apartment. She's found there later on. The next day, there was at least one witness that said she was there. At 10:14 and 10:15, she's messaging out to somebody else. That's in Exhibit 119. Quote, "Joey was acting all manic, so I haven't been there," unquote. Mr. Hayes is, whether it's adopting the statement, but parroting the statement, his friend wasn't there. Circumstantially, they're placed together, they're in the same apartment. It's after the fact behavior within 12 hours of the death of the alleged victim, Mr. Carnot. So her behavior is relevant. Post-offense or alleged offense conduct is relevant, consistent with jury instruction 172. The issue is, what role is Mr. Hayes at that point? Well, circumstantially, he's providing shelter or harboring Ms. Krebs, at least in that first day, and maybe subsequent days after that. So there's a combination of, is there a hearsay exception and is there relevance? That's the analysis the court looks at. So in part under 908.03, some of the cases the court looked at were the McCandless case, the Clawwitter case, Klawitter, which is a civil case, just on then existing state of mind. So the overall statements overlap, the 9:30 and the 10:30 by Mr. Hayes. Intertwined in his message that he's worried about his friend and he's trying to find information for the hospital is that it's been a long night, didn't get much sleep. So it's describing his state of mind of concern for his good friend who went manic last night. In proximity, the defendant is at least from some views of the evidence up to this point, she's there. Just after 10 o'clock, and she's messaging comparable things about the decedent acting manic. So she refers to him as Joey in Exhibit 119. She said, "I haven't been there." So that lines up, or in some ways is parroted by Mr. Hayes. And she's not there, wasn't there when he was being all manic. So circumstantially, a person after the fact, Mr. Hayes, who's aiding or allegedly harboring her, and seeking information that overlaps with what she's messaging out roughly at 10:14 and 10:15 p.m. on the 18th. The context is also that with Officer Fellmer's testimony, she at least had reported she wasn't there. That was on the call that was presented during his testimony. And she's trying to figure out with Officer Fellmer, at least portraying that she doesn't know what's going on and wants to find out. So there's overlap there. And so there's things within minutes after the alleged offense, and then in the following hours, up to 12 hours, where the defendant, Ms. Krebs, is portraying herself as not having been there, concerned about Mr. Carnot not knowing, and then is at least circumstantially placing herself there with Mr. Hayes from roughly 10 o'clock or shortly after 10 o'clock p.m. into the morning hours the next day. Mr. Pfeffer had testified that when he went over there, he said, yeah, I think that was mid-morning. She didn't describe talking to her, but described her laying on a bed in the other room. So she's placed there at least for that roughly 12-hour period. And then you've got multiple communications that have some overlap, not just her starting with her statement to Officer Fellmer on the phone, but her texting at 10:14 and 10:15, and then the follow-up messages from Mr. Hayes, who at least after the fact is put in a category of aiding somebody, or at least from a circumstantial situation, could be conspiring after the fact to lay out a story that's different. And credibility of Ms. Krebs is an issue, so there's relevancy there. Contradictory statements from the 911 call, or the phone app information from Mr. Pfeffer places her there. And then you've got follow-up where they're trying, at least some effort to say, nope, she wasn't there, she wasn't there. And Mr. Hayes is parroting that, and she may not have been shoulder to shoulder with him when he's making these messages, but at least circumstantially, there's, from the cameras and the information on her vehicle, she's there a little bit after 10. She's still there mid-morning when Mr. Pfeffer's there. So there's relevance, at least in the court's view, on credibility issue and issues related to jury instruction 172 after the fact behavior. The statement is hearsay. The two exhibits 131 and 130. And the issue is there a significant portion of the sentiments being sent in the message that demonstrates to the declarant's then existing state of mind. The sentiments from a general standpoint are, Mr. Hayes really doesn't know what happened, and he's concerned about his friend who was manic. And he says, quote, might have done something to harm himself. So it's to the point where he can't sleep at night, or at least that night, didn't get much sleep. He's soliciting information from anybody that might know what happened to his friend. None of the hospitals in the area will give us any information. So he's putting it in a context that it's not just him, it's somebody else with him is seeking this information. He says, quote, she was hanging out with me and some other friends of ours at my apartment complex when we found out. So he's grouping the injured person's significant other with him, trying to mutually find information. The court's not putting it in the category under 908.01 where Ms. Krebs adopted his statements, but at least circumstantially, beyond his sentiments of his then existing state of mind and his worry for the potentially injured person who may have been manic and harmed himself, he's soliciting that information, not just for himself, but we. So in context, the court does find that this is then existing state of mind of Mr. Hayes. Court rules based on the sub 3 of 908.03 and the associated annotated cases that it is admissible and can be presented. When we finished yesterday, I know the prosecutor had passed the witness. We haven't started with the cross. So court's preference is if you're interested in getting anything from 130 or 131, and I'll just tell the jury that there's a little bit more the prosecutor has to cover, and then we'll shift to the defense. If you don't want to pursue 130 and 131, we'll go right to cross. So
Makes sense to me.
you're going to pass the witness, or you're going to go into those exhibits?
I'll go into those exhibits.
The jail call, where the original one that Your Honor viewed showed the defendant in custody. We've modified that so that it no longer shows her in custody.
I need you to play that before I give a separate ruling on that. You can tell the jurors are probably another 10 minutes.
Okay. I'm going to play it now with your permission.
Just remind me of how it's labeled in Exhibit 1.
It is mania to psychosis, audio only, April 24th, 2025 at 18:38. And let's see, it's not, where's it not playing? I'm playing it, but I don't know if the screen is on. It is 58 seconds long.
Mania, and I sent it to Pin, and he said that's identical to what Joey had.
Oh, okay.
Did you get that? Because I sent it,
No,
and
I didn't
now
look it.
oh, anyway, it's really, you can get it from trauma, you can get it from using street drugs, you can get it from oh my God, it's identical to what he has. So we can drop the manic episodes, and it's psychosis.
Yeah. Well, like when you are in court or Pins in court, you'll just have to say that instead of mania.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if can you tell that to Knuckles, what did you get? Can you tell that to Stephanie too, that that's what you think it is?
Yeah.
We can change the whole thing, and then
I tend to agree with Your Honor that the Stephanie they're referring to in that recording is Attorney Rock, but I don't think that lawyer confidentiality or any sort of lawyer-client privilege applies, because this isn't any sort of conversation that's been had with the attorney. It's not any sort of invocation of a right. At this point, it seems pretty clear that Attorney Rock has already been appointed. There's simply, to me, when I listen to that message, there's simply talking about informing Attorney Rock of this so that she can perhaps change her presentation. Not that you would, but I think that's the point of it.
All right, but the first voice is Susan Cox, the defendant's mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the court's perspective is, at least the majority of the conversation is things she's bringing up about some research she did. There's some reference to Ms. Cox testifying, at least in the response from the defendant, but then somebody with the either name or nickname Pin, do you know who that is?
We think that it's Jeff Hayes, but honestly, we're not quite sure. There was a no contact order in the bond condition between the defendant and Ms. Hayes, so she started referring to this individual called Pin. We believe that that's a code to refer to Mr. Hayes.
Right. On that issue, even without hearing from the defense, the the references to Ms. Cox potentially testifying and somebody named Penn, those people have not testified. So at least at this point, there's no context that they've been influenced. The defendant's responses, the court feels, were somewhat minimal or summary. They weren't coming across at least as explicit as her idea to influence testimony. At least that's the way the court took the context, that her mother brought up these things about maybe some research she did about mania and psychosis, and that her mother has these particular views. There's nothing to suggest that Ms. Krebs had other research that contradicted that. At least the limited context of the 58-second call was that this was something Ms. Cox had researched and come up with. There was some affirmative response from the defendant, but the court doesn't view it as Ms. Krebs trying to explicitly influence false testimony from Ms. Cox or somebody named Penn. It was too generalized from Ms. Cox as to what her research was. She asked that it be brought up with the lawyer, which the court feels creates some awkwardness on what Ms. Krebs is talking to her lawyer about. And so the court's going to rule that at least this point, without any testimony from Ms. Cox or Ms. Hayes, where they're changing testimony or contradicting their statements, that I'm going to exclude it at this point. If Ms. Cox or Mr. Hayes testifies, we can revisit that. But that's the ruling of the court, that that phone call, even without the video portion, is not relevant at this point. Anything else from the defense before we bring the jury out? No. All right, so we'll bring the jury out. I'll explain that there's a couple other things that the state needed to finish up before they pass the witness. And then we'll finish up the direct, and then we'll go to cross.
Would you like Sergeant Riddle to be on the stand when they come in?
Yeah, he should come up, and I'll remind him he's still under oath. Yep. We'll bring the jury in. Okay. Okay, everybody can be seated. We're back on the record in Outagamie County Circuit Court Branch 6. This is day 5 of our jury trial on State of Wisconsin versus Samantha Krebs. All 14 jurors are back in the courtroom to start on today, Tuesday, September 9th of 2025. Before we get back to the witness, I'm going to kind of lay out for the jurors what I think is going to be our schedule for today. In a general sense, the lawyers have told me when we met last night and went over some legal issues that things are, even though we only had a certain number of witnesses yesterday, things are progressing to the point where the overall process may not be as long as originally scheduled. I can't give you precision on that, but things are moving along. As I said up front, the state goes first, they call their witnesses. When they're done, the defense decides if they want to call any witnesses or not. They certainly don't have to. They don't have the burden of proof. They don't have any legal obligation. But once the state's done at some point, then we shift to a decision from the defense. And then after that, we get into preparing jury instructions and closing arguments, things of that sort. So the timeline that they've put us on suggests that we may not need Friday this week. So that's at least a step in a direction that I'm sure all 14 of you would favor. But once again, this is not like a track meet or rushing. This is a serious matter that we want to, we don't want to rush people. We want to give them their time. So obviously the state goes first. They have the burden, so they take their time, and then the defense decides what they want to do, even though they don't have any burden. So based on how things are mapped out for today, I'm pretty sure at some point in the afternoon you're going to be excused. It's going to be probably before 4 o'clock today is my estimate. So we're going to do a fair amount of work today. There's going to be a few gaps in between. You're going to get a decent lunch hour to take time on your own to get your lunch, and then there may be tomorrow we may provide you lunch. So we'll let you know at the end of the day if you've been packing anything and bringing a bag lunch. Tomorrow you won't have to. So, all right, trust that all of you got a good night's sleep. I shut the game off after the third quarter when the Bears seemed like they were in control of the game. And then I read what happened in the fourth quarter. And so I feel bad for juror number 9. But the silver lining is they've got an important game next weekend. And if we took a poll on who wants the Bears to win next Sunday, I think everybody in the courtroom wants them to beat the Lions except for one person that is our court reporter today. But so as sad as that might be that they had a tough fourth quarter and it slipped away, there's always the next game, and we hope the Bears bear down and beat the Lions. That's one perspective. I'm not court ordering anybody, but I'm sure there's a lot of Packer fans in the courtroom that want to see that happen next Sunday. So, all right, we're going to shift away from football and get back to our business. We covered a couple things with the lawyers last night and this morning. The deputy DA had passed the witness, but then there's some reminder there was a couple exhibits that we were waiting on, some things to talk about, and so there are a couple more things he's going to cover before he passes the witness. So even though your notes probably end yesterday where the deputy DA passed the witness, we're going to allow him to finish up a couple more things this morning. So we're at 8:32 on my clock, and we covered some legal stuff, so that was our delay coming in, and we got Mr. Grody asking questions. Detective Riddle, Chad Riddle, is still under oath, and you can ask him the follow-up topics that you want to wind down with. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. All right. Investigator Riddle, can you hear me? All right, now the part that I want to end with is some further exploration into your review of the extraction of Mr. Hayes's phone. In that phone, did you see any messages that Mr. Hayes made about the incident? Okay, your microphone, yeah. You can pull it closer to you, it might help. So you did see some messages?
Yes.
Okay, so Your Honor, with that, I'd ask to approach the witness and show him exhibits 130 and 131.
You may.
What are 130 and 131?
These would be messages sent from Jeff Hayes to two separate individuals.
Okay, and generally speaking, what do the messages cover?
Basically, in the messages, it covers that Mr. Hayes is stating that he found out overnight that a friend of his had gone manic and might have harmed himself.
All right, do those messages, is the content in those true as to what you observed on Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to admit 130 and 131 and publish the same.
Those are received.
And I may publish?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so now, investigator, can you see the screen here?
Yes.
Can you just kind of explain to us what we're looking at here? And first of all, this is Exhibit 130, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what does Exhibit 130 show us?
So Exhibit 130, this is a screenshot of a message that would have been on the cell phone analysis report for Jeff Hayes' phone.
And it looks as though it's a message within a message, is that correct?
Yes, there is a initial message and then a reply message.
And who sent the initial message?
That would have been sent by Jeff Hayes.
And who did he send it to?
An individual, an unknown individual that is listed as all be well.
All right, and when did he send this message?
This would have been sent on July 19th, 2024 at 9:29 a.m.
And could you read the message for us, please?
Yes. Good morning, my love. I've had an interesting overnight. I heard that a good friend of mine went manic last night and might have done something to harm himself. I really don't know what happened. He and his fiancée are really good friends of mine, and she was hanging out with me and some other friends of ours at my apartment complex when we found out. So she doesn't really know what happened either. We can't really get any information, BC, of HIPAA laws, so none of the hospitals in the area will give us any info. It's been a long night as I didn't get much sleep. I'll keep you updated as I find out. So, ... how are you? How was your night?
Okay, and then the response is in response to that last question, I believe?
The response is, okay, darling, keep me updated.
All right, now let's move to 131. What's 131?
This would be similar to the previous message in Exhibit 130. This is a screenshot of a message that would have been sent from Jeff Hayes to a contact by the name of Clara Lynn. And this would be a message that would have been found in the cell phone analysis report for Jeff Hayes' phone.
When was it sent again?
This would have been sent on July 19th, 2024 at 10:31 a.m.
Okay, so the day after the incident about 10:30 in the morning.
Yes,
And from Mr. Hayes to Clara Lynn?
yes.
And what does the message say?
The message reads plus, and plus is spelled out PLUSSSS, ... I heard that a good friend of mine went manic last night and might have done something to harm himself. I really don't know what happened. He and his fiancée are really good friends of mine, and she was hanging with me and some other friends at my apartment complex when we found out. So she doesn't really know what happened either. We can't really get any information due to current HIPAA laws, so none of the hospitals in the area will give us any info. It's been a long night as I didn't get much sleep. So, ... how are you? How was your night?
Now, in looking at those two messages, do you see anything in the content of them that you know is untrue based on other parts of the investigation you've been a part of or witnessed?
Yes, the context of it is Mr. Hayes is informing these individuals that his good friend and his fiancée, and given the context, I believe that he's referring to Joseph Carnot and Samantha Krebs. Mr. Hayes is saying that I really don't know what happened and that his fiancée was with him when they found out and that she doesn't really know what happened either. That the messages interest me because based on the recording from Mr. Pfeffer's phone, that Ms. Krebs would have been at the apartment when this incident happened, The fact that Mr. Hayes is saying that she did not know what happened was interesting to me.
How about where she was at the time it happened?
The messages state that she was at Mr. Hayes' apartment when they found out what happened, which I felt contradicted the recording of Mr. Pfeffer's phone, which showed that Ms. Krebs was at the apartment at the time and would have information as to what had happened.
Do you recall what time the defendant had contact with Officer Felmer?
I believe it would have been around, I believe it was around 10:20 p.m. on July 18th.
And that was the time.
2024.
Okay, and that was the time when Mr. Pfeffer handed his phone to the police, correct?
Yes,
And the police put it on speaker,
yes,
and then that was, in your review, that was the conversation between Officer Felmer and the defendant?
yes,
And that would have been before these messages?
yes.
And then, do you know when Mr. Pfeffer and Miss Cleland arrived at Mr. Hayes' apartment?
Would have been the following day on July 19th.
Would that have been after these messages?
I don't recall.
For exhibit. So if we republish Exhibit 38, are you familiar with Exhibit 38?
Yes,
And do I understand it right that this is basically a screenshot of the Veterans Village's apartments when Mr. Pfeffer and Miss Cleland arrived?
yes,
And do I understand your testimony that they were about 38 minutes off?
yes.
Okay, so in looking at this, would this have happened before or after the messages?
They would have arrived after the messages.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, Officer, Ms. Rock's going to have a number of questions for you. If you can direct your focus to her, and once again, listen closely to her questions and keep your answers within the scope of her questions. Go ahead, Ms. Rock.
Thank you. Good morning, investigator. We talked yesterday about how part of your investigation into this matter involved reviewing VA records on behalf of Joey Carnot. Is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall yesterday seeing a few exhibits that contain little snippets from the overall packet of those records that you received?
yes,
And it is true that in addition to those little snippets, there were many other records that you received.
yes,
And if I were to show you a copy of that packet of records, do you think you'd be able to recall it?
yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Investigator Riddle, I'm going to come up and hand you what has been marked as Exhibit 201.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Okay,
All right, Investigator Riddle, you've had an opportunity to review Exhibit 201?
yes,
And does it look to be a complete and accurate copy of Joey Carnot's VA records that were provided to the defense in this case?
yes,
All right, investigator, I want to walk through a couple of things that are contained within this exhibit that were not talked about yesterday. And I know that there's a few different page numbers listed, so I'm going to go on the page number that's listed in the bottom right-hand corner.
Okay.
So if you turn to what is listed as page 25, let me know when you're there.
Okay.
In the middle of this page, there is a report referring to a session that occurred on April 22nd of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, Mr. Carnot's provisional diagnosis was listed as bipolar disorder, current episode mixed, comma, moderate.
Yes.
And if we turn to the next page, so page 26, that appears to be a continuation of that same report. Is that correct?
Yes.
And towards the top, the diagnostic impression is listed as bipolar disorder and childhood trauma.
Yes.
And the plan that is listed underneath that section states that the plan is to evaluate the patient for psychotherapy treatment of the following symptoms: bipolar disorder and childhood trauma.
Yes.
And then if we turn to page 31,
Okay.
that appears to be a progress note from April 23rd of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it says that the individual, so Joey Carnot, was visited today for a evaluation of symptoms related to affective reactivity versus mood instability. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we go down to sort of the middle of the page, there is a symptoms history. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you go ahead and read what was reported for his symptoms on April 23rd of 2024?
Yes. Adult onset HPI dash feeling down, comma, decreased enjoyment, comma, negative frame of mind, comma, anxious, comma, lowered frustration tolerance dash annoyance slash irritability, comma, difficulty falling asleep, comma, difficulty staying asleep, comma, concerns about feeling non-restored and how it interferes with the next day, FXN, comma, increased energy, comma, decreased need for sleep, comma, increased rate of thoughts and speech, comma, no HX of syndromal, psychotic, D/O endorsed, period.
And then if we turn to the next page, page 32, that appears to be a continuation of the same progress note. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Yes.
And somewhat towards the top, there's a section that starts off as disturbance in mood. Do you see that? It's kind of like the third paragraph.
Oh, yes, I have it.
Okay, and it states disturbance in mood hyphen other symptoms and signs involving emotional state.
Yes.
And soon after that section, it states that there's going to be a trial of lamotrigine. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if we turn to page 35. Towards the bottom of that page starts a progress note from July 10th of 2024.
Yes.
And the reason listed for the visit that day is listed as mood instability. Is that correct?
Yes.
And towards, right after that, there's a section listed pertinent interval history. Is that right?
Yes.
And within that paragraph, it states that it's reported that he has found lamotrigine partially effective in managing symptomology of mood instability, correct?
Yes.
And next says AODA hyphen has used CBD flower.
Yes.
Below that states that the fiance is supportive.
Yes.
And at that point in time, it's being reported that there are no behavioral concerns. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then if we flip to the next page, page 36, that appears to be a continuation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on that page is a list of medications that are prescribed to Joey. Is that right?
Yes.
Turning to the next page, page 37,
Okay,
we see a progress note kind of in the middle of the page starting from July 1st of 2024. Is that correct?
yes,
And that note lists a diagnosis of affective reactivity versus mood instability. Is that right?
yes,
And if we look to the reason for the call, the second sentence there starts, he states he missed the lamotrigine yesterday, and last night he had a nightmare related to childhood trauma. Correct? And then it says he woke up in a panic,
yes,
and then goes on to talk about him taking the morning dose of his prescription meds. Is that right?
yes,
If we go to a couple of paragraphs down, so the second paragraph before the final one on that page, can you go ahead and read that paragraph for us? I believe it starts with, he is also.
yes. He is also wondering if the lamotrigine should be increased or if he should stay at the same dose and continue to monitor his moods. He feels overall the medication has made a positive, noticeable difference in his moods.
And then the next sentence is, at that point, he is denying SI, correct?
Yes. Yes,
Which would be suicidal ideation.
yes,
Now, if we go to page 41,
okay,
towards the bottom, we have a progress note listed May 10th of 2024. Is that correct?
yes,
And the reason for the visit that day was affective reactivity versus mood instability.
I'm sorry, what date did you say it was?
I'm sorry, May 10th of 2024?
Okay, yes,
Okay. So if we flip to page 42, the next page, that is a continuation of that progress note, correct?
yes,
And can you go ahead and read the paragraph listed pertinent interval history?
pertinent interval history. MH meds reconciled dash vet adheres as directed, period. MH med tolerability dash notices no untoward effects. Depression slash anxiety slash sleep dash has found lamotrigine partially effective in managing symptomology of mood instability.
And then next is listed a report of AODA, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you know that term to be?
AODA, is that what you're asking? the term?
Yes.
Oh, alcohol and drug abuse.
And what is reported there is frequent use of CBD flower.
Yes.
There is no mention of any use of methamphetamine.
No.
And in fact, nowhere within these records that you received from the VA was there any report by Joey Carnot made of any methamphetamine use.
Illegal? No.
On that page, we have a list of his prescription medications, is that correct?
Yes.
And if we turn to page 44, yesterday, I believe you testified that within these records, there was some mention of a TBI, is that correct?
Yes.
And you knew that term to be a traumatic brain injury?
Yes.
And that injury is actually listed on this page, correct? So page 44,
Yes.
along with a list of his medications.
Yes.
If we turn to page 47,
Okay.
this is a progress note dated May 1st of 2024, correct?
Yes.
And if we look to the paragraph listed subjective, do you see that paragraph?
I do.
That paragraph, again, mentions the traumatic brain injury that was sustained in 2021, correct?
Yes.
And it also states that Mr. Carnot had concerns for ADHD and manic depression.
Yes.
And then if we look further down, there is a past medical history section, correct?
Yes.
And listed as number 1, and quite frankly, the only number there is disturbance in mood.
Yes.
Now, we talked yesterday about whether there was any mention of suicidal ideation within these reports. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe that you said there was one mention of suicidal ideation that would have been in 2009?
2019.
2019. And other than that, there were no self-reports of suicidal ideation, correct?
Correct.
And in the evaluation that was conducted within these reports for the suicidal ideation scale, that was based on self-reporting, correct?
That would be my understanding, yes.
Okay. And again, we know that at the very least, Mr. Carnot was not self-reporting any methamphetamine use to this provider.
No, there's no record of that in these records.
I have nothing further, thank you. Actually, Judge, I would move to admit Exhibit 201. I'm not asking to publish at this
Okay,
time.
that's received. All right. Is there any other topics you want to cover with this witness?
There's not.
Okay. Any redirect from the state?
So if you look at page, I'm sorry. Let's start at the beginning, page 31. I believe that's actually page 10 in the packet.
Are you, the page numbers that you're referring to are the top or the bottom?
The bottom right page, it's page 31, but I think it's the 10th physical page in the packet.
Okay.
In the middle part of that, just to confirm what we're talking about here, make sure I'm looking at the right spot. Under PPH, does it say that reportedly no history of suicide attempts? Is that correct?
Yes.
Page number at the bottom of your reference?
31. Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Then going to the next page. Top where it says exam. Could you just read that paragraph, please?
Exam, constitutional dash, nutrition and grooming intact, musculoskeletal, stable gait and station, speech dash rate and tone WNL, TP dash tangential, comma, but redirectable, TC dash denies SI slash HI, comma, no overt psychosis, insight slash judgment dash maintains perspective, orientation dash no confusion noted, memory dash registration and past recall functional, attentive to interview and maintained concentration, language dash germane usage, mood dash non-manic, comma, effective, appropriately reactive.
Moving to page 35. That bottom paragraph, the third sentence up, where it begins maintaining good connection with his son. Could you just read from there to the bottom?
Yes, SH maintains good connection with his son, comma, fiance is supportive. ROS, psych dash no behavioral concern, comma, makes effort to cope adaptively. Neuro dash no motor slowing, follows with PC for physical health concerns dash provider in the community RX'd Adderall and
What was the date of that?
this is July 10th of 2024.
Now, moving to pages 41 and 42, there's a couple of pages that talk about his prescriptions. Looked at before, it had a list of various prescriptions, and then I believe it, let me see. 42. I believe it's the 4th paragraph down. What does that say regarding his prescriptions?
It has a prescription of what they list here as active non-VA medications. And then after that is a list of what they just list as active medications. Also has it listed as non-VA.
Okay, the non-VA medications, does that include Adderall?
Yes,
And what's the other one, is that triptyline,
yes,
if I'm pronouncing that right? So do I understand it right, based on your review of this, that there's kind of a summary of medications that the VA is providing?
yes,
It's at the bottom half of the page?
yes,
They also summarize some of the medications he's receiving in the community?
yes.
Finally, I believe one of the messages you went over with Attorney Rock was one where they had a phone conversation, and I believe the fiance was present for that phone conversation. Do you recall testifying to that?
No, I don't.
But in any of these conversations, the questions you were asked by Attorney Rock was whether or not the defendant admitted to the VA that he had been taking methamphetamine. Do you recall that?
I don't understand the question.
Did Mr. Carnett ever admit to the VA that he was taking methamphetamine?
No.
Based on the testimony that we have observed throughout the trial thus far, and what the evidence shows, who would have introduced methamphetamine to the scene on July 18th, 2024?
And that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Okay, the witness can step down. And any exhibit you have, you can hand to the bailiff.
Oh, there it is. It's like they said.
Seat back at the. It's a little bit after 9, and I know we have another witness coming up that might be a little bit longer, so I got to check on some legal issues and just procedure for the morning. So even though it's a little early for the jurors to take a break, the staff has been in here for over an hour, just over an hour on some issues that I took up. So I'm going to give you a break for about 20, 25 minutes. And once again, the way we're mapping it out, it's going to be a shorter day for you than to some of the earlier ones. So sorry for the disruptions where you're in and out, but it's important for us to sort these things out to have some continuity and make things efficient for later in the day. Okay, all rise for the jury. We'll see you in about 25 minutes. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, record should reflect it's about 9:04 a.m. We've finished Detective Riddle's testimony. State's going to call another witness in the near future, but is it another investigator? Yes. All right, what I wanted to do is kind of get a little preview if there's any exhibits or anything during Detective Kuether's testimony that we should sort out now. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to talk last night, just so the jurors are not getting up and down or in and out, or we're stepping out to sidebar. is there a scope of things that he's gonna cover where he's referencing certain exhibits that maybe the defense might have some objections to or not?
I don't know. They have everything that he has. I had provided it on Sunday, so if there is, they can, there's two that I added today. But I think most of the videos that we're looking at with Investigator Kuether are without sound, minus the one that is with the crime lab, which we've already played a portion of. So I don't think that there's any specific talking conflict or issues that we might have had with Investigator Riddle. There's some
I've got a-
still photos.
I've got your original draft of exhibits that the state thought would be addressed during the trial. Obviously, you don't have to use all those, but can you kind of summarize, bless you, can you summarize what exhibits might come up on Kuether, just so the defense can kind of give me an idea if there's any that are problematic?
Judge, for what it's worth, I've reviewed the exhibit USB that the state had previously provided to us. I don't anticipate any objections at this point in time.
Okay, that's on the flash drive and any segments they play, but is there any other physical exhibits? There's many that have already been marked and offered and received. There's a few that have been marked, a handful that have been marked, have not been addressed. They may not even be used. They're not required to be used, but there's some series like 90 to 95 and 100 to 107. There's a few other series in there that I don't know if Kuether's going to address those or not, and if there's any objections from the defense on those.
Your Honor, we did receive two, they look like they're summary demonstrative type exhibits, and we reviewed those. I'm assuming you're going to use those.
All right.
90 to 95, we don't either.
What about 100 to 107?
There's no issue there.
Can the clerk check to see if we received 196 through 199, or if they were offered?
You haven't.
Okay,
There's no objection there though either.
okay, so those may be addressed with Kuether also?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we're gonna start up again 9:30 on that clock. So it's 2 minutes fast, but we're gonna start on that clock at 9:30, and we'll have Kuether sworn in and we'll go from there. Okay, we're on break till 9:30.
What? I think I did last time.
Okay, we're back on the record in State versus Krebs. All the appearances are the same. We're going to shift to Investigator Kuether. As a reminder, especially for anybody that's only been in the court gallery for certain days, the court order regarding cell phones remains in effect, so nobody should have a cell phone that's turned on or even on silent or vibrate. They need to be completely off. That's not just based on what it says on the door coming in, but also the court orders that were issued during the pretrial hearings. There are exceptions for the attorneys and their staff. Okay, anything else before we bring the jury out from the state, Mr. Crody?
Nothing for me.
Nothing, Your Honor, thank
All
you.
right, anything else, Ms. Rock? No. All right, we'll bring the jury back out.
So it kicks in at 9:46. 37, Tommy.
That's the first one, I think.
Okay, all rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, if any of the jurors need another notebook, Dean, the bailiff, can help you out. You just give them a wave. All right, during the break, beyond, excuse me, beyond talking about upcoming witness or witnesses, we went over the exhibit list. I know at different times I've told you to jot down notes regarding exhibits. When the case gets presented at the end, beyond the jury instructions that I'll read to you and will be sent back to the jury room, we'll have a clean list of what the exhibits are. So appreciate that some of you have been keeping notes. I've been prompting you about certain exhibits, but as a safety net, you're gonna get typed out list. It's a few pages that explains what exhibits have been received and then just a short summary of what those exhibits are for consideration by the 12 that deliberate. All right, we're going to shift to another witness, and you can call your next witness.
The state would call Sergeant Kuether.
All right, Sergeant Kuether can come up, and when you get up to the chair, you can remain standing, face my direction.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Matthew Kuether, Matthew Khew, Kuether.
All right, and you're a detective with the Appleton Police Department, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you've been sitting here through other witnesses, so you understand my instructions for the witnesses, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, the only thing I'll remind you on is if you step off the witness stand to point to anything on the screen or on a chart, we'll give you the pointer if you already have it. And the bailiff also has the handheld mic that we'll make sure is activated for you, just so everybody can hear you. We're not in a hurry, so take your time. If the attorneys on either side give you any kind of record or report or exhibit to refresh your recollection, don't be in a hurry to go through it. You just take your time. We got plenty of time, okay? All right.
Yes, sir.
And the bailiff has the microphone if you need it. That's to your right. Okay. Ms. Templis, go ahead.
Thank you. Sergeant Kuether, what is your occupation?
I'm a police officer with the city of Appleton.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
18 years.
In your current position, what might that be?
I'm currently assigned as a detective.
How long have you been in that role?
I was selected into the unit in the middle of 2016.
And since that time, have you been in investigations the entire time?
Yes.
Prior to your role in investigations, what other positions did you have?
I began my career working as a patrol officer, responding to calls for service. After that, I was selected to work as one of our school resource officers. In that role, I handled sensitive crime investigations, child abuse, child neglect, sexual assault, things of that nature. After that, I was selected to be our department's sex offender registry specialist. So I handled all of the department's, I guess really anything related to the sex offender registry in the city of Appleton, along with all the department's child pornography investigations. And then from that role, I was selected into my current role.
So really, prior to your current role in the investigative unit, you had really served in other roles that were also investigative related?
I've been working in an investigative role since the beginning of 2009.
So in your current position, what type of calls do you respond to as part of your investigator role that you're in?
The investigative services unit that I'm assigned to responds to all of our major cases, which can range from anything to, I guess, like higher dollar frauds, burglaries, robberies, shootings, homicides, other death investigations, sexual assaults, things of that nature.
Have a specific training for your role in law enforcement and as an investigator?
So I have a bachelor's degree from UW-Oshkosh in criminal justice. I also have a master's degree from UW-Oshkosh in public administration. I've attended the St. Louis University Medical Legal Death School, along with some child death investigation courses. And I've also attended several interviewing schools.
And in addition, you also attended the Law Enforcement Academy?
Correct.
So if we can talk a little bit about death investigations. In your role as an investigator, when you say death investigations, what does that mean?
So the city of Appleton has a policy that essentially any unwitnessed or unexplained or suspicious death will warrant a death investigation by our investigative services unit. So it could include, you know, somebody that maybe just hadn't been heard from in a couple days and then is found maybe deceased in their home, suicides, any kind of acute injury or trauma that happens, really any unexplained death or any child death. So if there aren't like an explanation for it versus if someone passes away in hospice care, you know, with several medical ailments, we wouldn't be involved for a death investigation for something like that.
And then does that also include, within death investigations, include homicide?
Yes, it does.
When you think about all the different types of death investigations you do, are there actually far more other types of death investigations other than homicides that you do?
Yes, I would say the majority of death investigations we do would be non-criminal in nature, whether they be due to natural causes like a heart attack or something like that, or something, like I said, like a workplace accident, things of that nature.
Is there a way to kind of estimate or quantify to help us understand like how many types of death investigations you might be involved in a given month or a year?
There is a way. I don't know that I could accurately do so right now. I mean, I've been working in a role, like even in my previous roles before this unit, I assisted with death investigations. So I've been working on death investigations going back to probably 2013.
So fair to say, though, that during the course of a year, you respond to a number of different ones?
Yes,
And in addition to you responding, there's other people in your investigative unit that also respond and maybe do others as well?
yes, based on the situation, the minimum amount of people we would have to work a death investigation would be 2 detectives. But based on, you know, a case-by-case factors, there's so many different things that can be variable. We may have anywhere from 2 to our whole unit that comes in to assist with that.
So part of the investigations that you would do, you talked about would be investigating into suicides?
That's correct.
And what do you do when you are investigating one like that?
I mean, in general, we follow pretty much the same process with all of them. We gather as much information as we can about the situation. Generally includes talking with, you know, family members, neighbors, looking at their history, checking potentially electronics, the scene, things like that. So I don't think there's really a difference in how we do it based on what it looks like. We tend to try to take the same approach to all of them, and we just collect all of the facts and then are able to kind of make our determination from the facts as far as what may have happened and find those answers for what caused the death.
So when you're doing a death investigation in general, you just keep following the path of where the next set of evidence or person that you need to interview might take you?
Correct.
In doing any type of investigation, whether it's a death investigation or whether it's, say, a burglary or, you know, some other type, a child abuse case, is it important for you when you interview people to also look for corroborating information?
Yes.
Why?
Yeah, yes.
Why?
So when we talk to people, just in general, talking to anyone, oftentimes people will speak kind of in generalities, especially when we start talking about historical things, like if we're doing a child abuse investigation and kind of talking about behavior of a child or timelines of things of days maybe leading up to an injury or things like that. It's just kind of common nature that people will talk in generalities. So they'll say things like, you know, I went to bed around 10 o'clock. I woke up around this time. Someone called me around this time. And so we will then, you know, usually use those things to try to seek out like corroborating information, whether it be a phone download or a surveillance video or things of that nature, that can then not only corroborate that their general timeline is accurate, but it can also give us potentially a more specific timeline, which can help kind of focus and direct our efforts as we look maybe to other things that we know, like an exact timeline, to kind of be checking as opposed to a more general time frame.
Type of investigation, is it also important to corroborate witnesses' statements to help determine if it's accurate or not accurate?
Yes.
And then you talked about developing the timeline. Is that something you do in a lot of different types of cases to develop that timeline?
Yeah, I guess I would say, I'm trying to think of an example where we wouldn't. You know, maybe the length or the amount of things that would exist in that timeline may be different from case to case, but really any case, whether it's a financial case or anything else, is always going to involve, you know, essentially establishing a timeline of when activities are occurring or things like that.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention back to July 18th of 2024. In your role that you have, were you asked to investigate the case that we've been talking to in regards to the death of Joseph Carnett?
Yes, I was contacted off duty and requested to respond to assist with that death investigation.
When you were asked to respond, what is the first thing that you do?
So we initially get a little bit of information, and I believe when I was first called, I was told this was a stabbing investigation. And it was a short time after that that we learned it had, I guess, essentially transformed into a death investigation. And then we responded to the police department and began gathering more information and assigning tasks.
As part of your role, you worked in conjunction with Sergeant Riddle.
Yes, we were assigned as the lead detectives.
And in that, does that require you to review all the different evidence in a case?
To some degree, we receive updates. So essentially, whatever tasks other people get, they'll complete those tasks and provide us updates. So at a minimum, that would be taking place.
So in order to be the lead investigator, you kind of need to understand all the different types of facts associated with the case. Is that fair?
Yes.
And with Sergeant Riddle, do you kind of divide up different tasks of even what the two of you are doing and then communicate back and forth?
Absolutely.
In this particular investigation, did you have a specific responsibility regarding the veterinary clinic video?
Yes, I responded to the veterinary clinic across the street from Joey's apartment to check for video.
Is it common in your investigation to look for surveillance video?
Yes.
In the current world that we live in, is there often a lot of different formats or different kinds of video that might be available for a particular location or a scene?
Yes.
Is that something that you use to help develop your timeline?
Yes.
In this particular situation, were you aware that the veterinary clinic across the street had surveillance video before you went over there?
Yes, I had a recent investigation to the north of that veterinary clinic that I had checked with them and learned that they had, I had learned that they had exterior video and that it was accurately timed.
Why did you want a copy of that particular video?
So when I went over there to confirm what views their external cameras had, I was able to observe that they had two views that faced from the veterinary clinic to the east, which covered the west side where there was an entrance, and that was kind of the primary entrance that law enforcement had used to access the apartment. And then also the parking lot area to the north that kind of covered from that one block that went to the north, North Park Drive Lane to Northland Avenue. And then they also had another view that faced south and covered kind of that traffic that would be going east to west or west to east on Northland.
All right, I just want to kind of refamiliarize ourselves with exhibit number 40. I think you've seen that before. Are you familiar with that you see above your shoulders?
I am.
Okay. And as you talked about that video, you said that the Park Drive Lane apartment complex is across the street from the veterinary clinic, and that's the veterinary clinic is the parking lot in the building to the left of that photo?
Yes.
Okay. And the vantage point that they had of the cameras in the front, those specifically were the ones that we viewed early on in the case that directed it towards the front door of that apartment complex?
We viewed one of those, yes.
Okay. Now, if we could move on to some clips of the video. When you get surveillance video, do you spend a lot of time watching the video clips?
In some cases, yes.
And did you in this particular case?
Yes.
Why?
So it's a little bit of a distant view, being across the street. So the kind of what you can see is pretty far away, and so it's not like a big zoomed in view. And so I watched it, many times, basically in order to kind of track different things. And sometimes it kind of depends what you're looking for, and it depends on what your view is and how clear it is. But I've oftentimes found it easier to just track one thing all the way through, and then sometimes go back and you maybe track another thing, and as opposed to try to watch everything all at once can be a challenge. So I try to watch for one thing and then maybe go back and watch another thing all the way through.
And can that happen multiple times as you're continuing to watch one specific thing?
Yeah, absolutely. And then also I may go back to it during the investigation as we obtain additional information, because there may be things that we didn't know during an initial review or at some point that we can then go back and maybe watch for that or piece more things together.
When you reviewed the surveillance video, did you get that pretty early on from the veterinary clinic?
Yes, I believe we were over there the morning of the 19th.
And then at that point in time, did you have, or were you aware of the audio portion that we've heard related to John Pfeffer?
No.
Okay. So as we look, I want to show you a clip that is on Exhibit 1, which is the thumb drive. This video, the surveillance video, has no sound. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's just video that we see when we're watching the surveillance, except for when you learn later about Mr. Pfeffer.
Right, so the surveillance video has no audio, and the audio was recovered from a different piece of evidence.
Were you able to, were you able to determine when Christy Cleland and John Pfeffer first arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you were able to do after you had interviewed them that morning to generally figure out the time of when they arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this particular view, do you see the top portion of the video is identified as Wisconsin State Crime Lab, WSCL? Okay, WSCL and video, I think it says MP4. And then on the left-hand side, we see a timestamp of 5:02, I believe. Is that what you see? You might have to look to your right. It's pretty small on the bottom.
502 is correct.
Okay, and then on the far right, it goes at 1940. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and this is specifically from the time of July 18th, 2024, and we see that separate timestamp on the lower bottom of 21:45:01.
Correct.
Okay, now I'd like to play this section to 21:46:37. When we watch this video, what were you watching for that was important in your investigation?
So at this point, I watched and learned that this is when John and Christy come in their vehicle. So they come off of Northland Avenue and they're traveling westbound. So they kind of come from the top center of the screen where you can see those headlights right now. That is not them, but they come and they approach that intersection with North Park Drive Lane at approximately 21:45:17 seconds. And they make that right-hand turn to travel northbound on Park Drive. And then they go up past, kind of through the view of this camera. And then they turn into the parking lot that is just to the north side, or the left side of this screen, is where they pull in.
So if we can just talk a little bit about this kind of brick area in the left side, it's kind of a column, I'm guessing it's the support for the overhang for the drop-off area. Is that sound accurate?
Yeah, there's like a little drive-through area there for the veterinary clinic.
Okay, when we look in the middle, we kind of see an open squared area where there are no bricks. Do you see that?
I do.
When you look through that, what does that view ultimately look at?
So once they ultimately pull in, then they park facing the veterinary clinic, and the headlights are visible through that square.
Okay. So I want to play this, and you said we're looking for them to turn right onto the Park Drive lane at 21:45:17.
Approximately, yes.
Approximately? Okay. If we could play that, thank you. I think we had a little media glitch, so we're just going to go back to that section. At this point in time, we stopped it at 21:46:37. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And that's in the lower right hand of the video.
Lower left. is what
I'm
was-
sorry, lower left. So now at this point, how did that kind of end?
So shortly before you paused it, you see the headlights go out in that little kind of square opening there.
And then in the next portion of the video, is that where the sound kicks in?
Yes, that's where the audio file begins.
All right. So when you first watch this, you don't have the audio file, right?
Correct.
And then once you learn about John Pfeffer's audio, what do you do with watching this particular video and listening to his audio?
So when I obtained the audio file from Mr. Pfeffer's cell phone, I listened through it, and I could kind of hear that sound of footsteps, and there's a comment about having like 4 missed calls from her on the way here, and I recognize that as being consistent with kind of what was shared with us about that arrival, and so then the file name of the audio also was indicative to me of a date and timestamp. So the file name contained, I mean, I could all the underscores correct, but it was essentially a Facebook call. It said 2024-0718, and then it had 214637, which I read as a timestamp to be 214637. Based on my training experience, I see file names commonly are given like that date and timestamp is built into them. So then I went back, and then obviously we hear the audio that's consistent with them arriving there after that. And so I went back and I was able to play the audio file and the video separately but simultaneously on different players to observe that they line up and were consistent with that being an audio file that began at 214637 and captured their arrival at the apartment.
So if we look at this next section of video, is this at that point where they're walking up to the apartment complex and John Pfeffer's audio on his phone kicks in and we're able to watch it simultaneously?
Yes.
Okay. If we could begin that right where we left off at 214637 in the lower left-hand corner with, I believe, the timestamp, Investigator Kuether, on the lower left on the VLC is what? 638. Okay. So if we could play this to the conclusion of the portion of the sound.
She called at 14 while we were over here. I usually fucking just use my knife and go in, but hello. You stick. Oh my fucking God.
And I don't think it went to an organ.
All right, we need to call an ambulance.
Hold on, it's just right here.
Okay.
Not heavy. Well, it's not in
Did you get everything put away?
I have to get the stuff away. Keep them awake for a bit.
Joey, come on.
Hey,
Snap to, buddy.
what am I supposed to say? You saw him at night? Hey.
I don't fucking know.
At 214750 in the lower left-hand corner, is that where the sound goes out?
Yes.
Now, as we watch this, from that point in time when the sound stops on John Pfeffer's recording, is there any other recording? Let me come back to this. Is there anything that we see happening after this point?
Yes, so as you continue watching, eventually in that same area of the door, which is kind of visible above the dog statue and through the tree, As you continue watching that, eventually, at around 21:52:34 hours, you will see an individual exit that door. It's just one individual that exits and then goes towards the parking lot to the north of the building.
Okay, so if we could play 21:52:34 to 21:53:32, we're gonna go ahead to that portion of the video. Between where we ended and where we're gonna start, did you see any other movement at that front door of the apartment?
No.
Okay. So we're at 21:52:33. We'll start. Do you see that in the lower left-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And then it's a VLC timestamp of 12:34?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're gonna watch this from 21:52:33 to about 21:53:32. As we watch this, is this where you see this single person walk out and then ultimately, do you see a vehicle go by?
Yes, the vehicle is going to exit the parking lot where we saw John and Christy go into, and then come southbound and approach Northland and then make a right-hand turn on Northland.
Okay. If we could play that. So if we stop it there at 21:53:38, you see that in the lower left-hand corner?
Yes.
That vehicle that pulls out of there and driving by, is that consistent with the Dodge Journey that Samantha Krebs has that you later learned was her vehicle?
It is.
Is it also consistent with the timing of traffic camera that's seen at Northland and Meade and then Northland and Mason?
Yes, it is.
And is the timing of when that vehicle drives through those two intersections consistent with how long it would take to drive from this address?
Yes.
So then, as you continued your investigation, did you ultimately learn of a timestamp if she pulled out at 21:53 about and headed down Northland when the phone call to 911 occurred?
Yes, the 911 phone call I was able to confirm occurred at 21:54:08, which was the file name of the call, which is 9:54:08 p.m.
And does that corroborate with her pulling onto Northland Avenue at that time?
It's after she pulls onto Northland Avenue.
Okay, sorry, after she pulls onto, but the timestamps are consistent with those two times?
Yes. I guess I don't understand your question, maybe?
Yeah, I think it was a bad question. Let me try again. When you see her turn on to Northland about this 21:53 time, this timestamp on this video is accurate?
It is.
And then you said that there's a 911 call that happens at 21:54:08 or 9:54:08, which is consistent after she's kind of already on Northland.
Yes, she's on Northland at that time.
Okay. When you watched this video and you watched the 911 call, what are you looking to set up or to better understand in terms of your investigation?
Again, it's just understanding the timeline and what would have been going on at those specific times. So again, when, just like this, when you can put that audio with that video and get a better understanding of what's going on at that time as opposed to just what you can see.
Did you listen to the 911 call?
I did.
And was there information that was important in your investigation from that 911 call?
There was.
Okay. If we could play that, it's on Exhibit 1 on the jump drive, and it's indicated as 911 call.
Hey, Union 911, what's the location of the emergency?
It's this location, I don't know the address, anytime to me help.
Okay.
We have a stabbing victim, stabbing in the chest. He's bleeding, he's unconscious.
Stay with me. Hey, look at me.
I don't see any nails being stabbed.
Okay.
Sure, buddy.
Is this going to be 2800, do you know?
Yeah.
Is that the building number?
Yes, and it's apartment 5. Get here now.
Okay, you said apartment number 5?
Yes.
Hey, good luck. Hey. Okay, and was it self-inflicted, or did someone do this to him?
There's nobody here, so I don't know, but I think he fell on a knife. He slipped and fell.
Hey.
It looks like, I don't know.
Hey, stay with me. Okay. I want to confirm, you said apartment number 5?
Apartment number 5, yes.
Stay with me, buddy. Hey. Okay, you said no one else was there with them?
Nobody else
originally?
You're getting a mail out, Chad.
Hey, hey.
Nobody else is here.
Hey, okay.
Well, I mean, my girlfriend's
Okay,
here now.
Okay, and when you came in, it was you just by himself?
Right.
Okay, is he still breathing?
Yes, he's breathing unconscious.
Okay, breathing, but unconscious.
Shallow and labored breathing.
Okay, is he currently on his back?
Yes, yes.
Okay, is the knife still?
No, the knife was bleeding. Actually, I don't know if you saw the knife.
You're not sure where it is?
You know what I did? I picked it up off the floor and threw it in the sink.
Okay, so it's currently in the sink?
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other weapons around?
Not that I see. He doesn't have any guns or anything like that.
You said there's anything else in the apartment?
No, he doesn't know.
Okay.
Not that I know of.
Okay, and can I get your name?
My name is John Pfeffer, P-F-E-F-F-E-R.
Okay, is this a good callback number for you ending 9666?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some medical questions. We have help currently on the way, so they'll be there very shortly. So we'll just update them, okay?
Okay. I left the door propped open to the apartment.
Okay, I will let them know that. You know how old he is?
What? We are declining direct pressure. He doesn't look good. Has he got a pulse? Very faint pulse.
Okay. Okay, and you said you're applying pressure to the wound currently?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Do you know how old he is?
He's like 30.
30?
Yeah.
Okay, and he's currently unconscious?
Yeah.
Okay, and I want to confirm he is still breathing?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, stay with me. 1 second here. I'm just updating the responders.
Come on.
And is there any serious bleeding?
Is there what?
Is the bleeding serious?
No, it doesn't look to be bleeding too much.
Okay, it doesn't look serious?
But it looks like a serious wound.
Okay, so it's not spurting or pouring?
No.
Okay. So like I said, I'm sending the ambulance to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. You said that the knife and there's nothing else still in?
Yeah, no.
Okay. One moment here. Okay. So I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. I know you said you're already applying pressure, so I want you to keep doing that. So just listen carefully to make sure we do it right. Get a clean, dry cloth or towel and tell me when you have it.
I'm
If you're
outside
able.
right now. I'm trying to see if his girlfriend's car's here. I don't see the car anywhere.
Okay.
I talked to her a little while ago, and she was going over to her friend's house, and Joey was supposed to be here. And actually, she was already in the car when I talked to her.
Okay, do you know when that was?
Half hour ago, 40 minutes.
Okay, so she left about half an hour ago?
Yeah. Maybe 40 minutes ago. What?
Okay. Was that her in the, was your girlfriend in the background just saying that he's breathing?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I have an officer and I have first responders that are going to be pulling up here in just a second. So I want you to keep applying pressure to that wound, okay?
I got it.
Okay. So just press down firmly and don't lift it up to look.
We got it. I used to be a first responder.
Okay. Okay. Like I said, the officer's going to be there very quickly. I just want you to watch for them and let me know when they get there. Okay. Is the blood spurting or pouring out?
No.
Okay. Okay. I have an officer pulling up right now.
Okay, I'm going to just go out and grab him.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. If you now, when you were still in there, did it seem like he was gaining consciousness, or is he still unconscious?
First door on the left, upstairs.
Okay. Was that an officer you were speaking with?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let you go if you can speak with him, okay? John, I'm going to let you go so you can speak with them, all right?
Okay, we'll do.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you.
So Investigator Kuether, did that end at 6:55? It played past that 6:20 mark. Did you see that?
I guess I was not watching the time on the bottom specifically.
That's fine. For the record, it goes from 00 to 6:20. That's the number that's currently on there. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And then I believe it continued to play till about 6:55 before she let John Pfeffer go to talk to law enforcement, for the record. Okay. So this phone call that happened at 21:54:08 was approximately 8 minutes after John and Christy got to the apartment, about?
Approximately.
And approximately 2 minutes or so, minute and a half after Sam left?
So she comes out at, approximately 21:52:34, so about a minute and a half.
Now, as you were reviewing this 911 call and you were watching the video and with what you've learned during the investigation, were there specific things within this phone call that you found important to your investigation?
As it relates to the video, I caught that there were 2 times in the 911 call where John generally talks about being outside. He talks about propping the door open. And then after the 911 dispatcher is telling him to get like some clean towels, he responds by something to the effect of, I'm outside right now and I don't see the girlfriend's car anywhere. So those are 2 separate times where he had made statements about being outside. And so I was able to watch that in relationship to the video. And I had observed when I watched the video originally, someone comes out on 2 separate occasions. And I found those to be consistent in timing with the 911 call. And they're also, at those times in the 911 call, I also noticed that you stopped hearing Christie's voice in the background, and I found that to be consistent with being outside as well.
Did you also learn that there were some items that he hid over by his truck related to meth use that were his and I believe Sam's?
Yes,
And was that consistent with him coming in and out of the apartment?
it was.
Now, in addition, when 911 is first called, do they indicate whether or not Joey was conscious or unconscious at that time?
I believe they said he was breathing but unconscious.
Did you find anything important regarding how John described the injury that he had?
I think early on in the call, he says a stab wound to the chest.
Does he also then provide an explanation to the 911 dispatcher that you were listening for?
Yes, he says he thinks he fell on a knife and then continues on to say he slipped and fell, it looks like.
In addition, did he provide information about where Joey's girlfriend, or when Joey's girlfriend Samantha had left?
He talked about how he had talked to her earlier and she sounded like she was in a car, was already on her way somewhere, something to that effect.
And approximately how much earlier than that?
I think it was maybe 30 or 40 minutes.
Okay. And was that inconsistent with what you watched on the video?
Yes.
And is the fact that he fell on a knife consistent with a story you learned later from John Pfeffer? Let me ask it differently. Is the story about falling on the knife, did you hear that anymore after this?
So it was in the audio recording, the 911 call, and then we also heard that when we spoke with Pam.
Okay. Now, as you watched, or you heard testimony from Investigator Ewell that with the traffic cameras driving down Northland Avenue, that it captured the back portion of Samantha's Dodge journey. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in that, was there specific things about what you noticed from the back of her car that became important later in your investigation as she's driving down Northland?
There were stickers in the, like the rear window of the vehicle.
So if I show you exhibit number 43, is that, if you look up over your shoulder, is that consistent with what you observed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, stay standing. Sorry. Can you use the pointer and point out kind of the locations of what you're observing in that back window?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you turn it on if it's pushed on?
Could you ask your question again, please?
Sure. What about the back portion of this vehicle, of this Dodge Journey that Samantha was driving, was important to you?
So one thing was the report that the vehicle she would have left in had no plates. So we can see in the center of the license, or the center of the rear of the vehicle where the license plate would be, there is not one. And then also there are decals in the center and sides of the, or decals or stickers in the center or sides of the window in the back.
And is that going to become important later on as we continue to talk about your investigation?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you can have a seat again, please. In gathering information about the investigation, was there a time where you reviewed Officer Felmer's body cam?
Yes, there was.
And why did you review it?
So at the time, Officer Felmer spoke to Samantha, it was approximately 10:20 on July 18th, 2024. That was very, very early on in the investigation. Very little information was known. I think I was contacted around 10:15 as far as to initiate a response. So even within the first several hours, 10, 12 hours and going forward there, we learned a lot of additional information. So I wanted to review that conversation with Samantha to be able to assess it against the information that we had currently when I was working the investigation.
And when you talk about that call that was at 10:20, do you know what time resuscitation efforts ended for Joey?
10:29 p.m.
So in the Officer Felmer's discussion with her on the body camera, are there specific things that you identified or found important regarding your investigation?
Yes.
And in the beginning, well, let's do it this way. If we could play that. First, hold on. Yeah, just 1 second. I'm just double checking something. Did you find in that phone call some specific behaviors or comments that were made about what happened to Joey that you found interesting?
Yes.
And what was that?
So there were several. One was just her overall demeanor on the phone call. As I listened to it, I found her demeanor to be inconsistent. There were times where her voice sounded to me as though it was hurried or concerned, and there were times when her voice sounded very matter-of-fact or conversational. I also I noted that she had talked about leaving. I think the initial statement she makes is she got out of there way earlier. And Officer Felmer has to ask her a couple of times before she'll provide a time frame of 7 o'clock. And when I listened to that, I found that to be a qualifying statement as far as trying to distance herself from the incident. And then I think she even also makes a comment of she could check with her friends to see what time she got there. There's also statements that she makes related to being on probation and having contact with police and needing prior agent approval, which I'm aware of what standard probation rules are, and I'm aware that they don't include that. And I also found it, I guess, a little bit odd that she was talking to a police officer and then using that reasoning because she was actively engaged in police contact as she's having that conversation. She also has some audible gasps throughout the conversation, and at one point asks if he took something, which again I found as more of with the information I had at the time, I found that to be a feigned attempt at confusion about what's going on or not knowing what was happening. And then towards the very end of the conversation, when she does agree to come back, I believe she makes a comment of something like, "I'll have my friends bring me back right away." And at that point in the investigation, I was aware that she had driven herself from the scene and had arrived at Mr. Hayes' apartment in her own car. And so I was aware that she had the means to bring herself back to the scene.
So when we talk about the part where she says, she asks if he took something, is that at that point, did you know that she had been at the scene that night?
Yes.
So if we could listen to that call, it's on the exhibits folder in the Exhibit 1, and it's called Officer Felmer Body Cam Clip MP4. If we could play that.
Anyway, the cop wants to talk to you. Okay, hold on. What's up? This is the girlfriend.
not supposed to be, I suppose.
How do you turn it on the speaker?
I think it is wait. There.
This is his girlfriend.
Yeah.
This is his girlfriend. Hi,
What's going on?
Hi, is
What's
this
going
Samantha?
on?
Where are you right now, Samantha?
I'm over at my friend's.
Your friends?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any way you could come back to the apartment that we could talk with you?
What's going on?
Well, we could explain that maybe once if you came over here and talked with us. Some stuff happened at the apartment. What's your boyfriend's name again?
Joey.
Joey, yeah. So it sounds like some stuff happened with Joey, and we were called out here to investigate.
Is he okay?
At the moment.
I know that he has manic episodes, and he was talking me crazy earlier, but
What was he saying earlier?
he was saying that he was so upset about his son, and he was saying, because he's going to court to get his son back, and that he's upset that I left, but he was acting so crazy that I freaking had to get out of their way earlier.
Okay. How earlier would you say that would be?
A couple hours.
Like about what time would you say that you left?
I'd say probably around like 7.
Around 7.
I asked my friend when I got here.
Okay. And what was Joey doing? I guess that you mentioned he was acting crazy. What was he doing?
When he acts manic, he like assumes I'm cheating on him, and everything I say is a lie, and everything in his reality becomes kind of like a delusion.
Okay.
He's on medication for it, but then they didn't send him to him in the mail right away, so he didn't have him in his system for over 24 hours.
Okay. Would you be okay coming back to the apartment?
Well, is he okay? Is he in the hospital? Should I go to the hospital?
No, don't go to the hospital. I'm not sure what his medical state is right now. I'm not with him, but
What do you mean his medical state?
yeah. So he was found. I'm not sure if are these friends of his, or who are these? Who are the two that are here?
Those are our mutual friends.
Mutual friends. Okay, so it sounds like the friends had possibly found him in the apartment, and he just kind of collapsed to the ground. So, but I'm not exactly sure what all the details are surrounding it. Again, I'm not sure exactly all the details surrounding it. I didn't speak with the friends. I just assisted with, I guess, making sure that the scene was all secure and stuff like that. I'm not sure at the moment. We're trying to figure out what happened.
Oh my gosh.
So, would you be able to come to the apartment or come back to the apartment, and then we can talk with you further here?
I mean, I can.
Okay.
But I'm not supposed to have police contact without letting my PO know first.
Okay. Well, I think they would probably understand this one. I don't think they would have an issue if you were in police contact for this.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, I'll have my friends bring me back right away.
Alrighty, thank you, Samantha.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Then when we call this emergency shock.
Investigator Kuether, is there anything else that was particularly of interest to you regarding that call?
There's also the statement regarding kind of the shock or the demeanor of being shocked at the thought of him collapsing. Based on the investigation at that point, our understanding is that he would have been, lying on the floor in the kitchen at the time that she left.
Were you also aware during the investigation that there had been a prior phone call between John and Sam?
You mean prior to this one, but after police responded?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And did John provide some background information to Sam at that time about what was going on?
I believe he made a comment about Joey being laid out with a knife wound or something to that effect.
And so that was on a previous call as he's kind of exiting the apartment complex?
Correct.
Now, you talked a little bit about general probation rules.
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
It's a list of essentially the standard rules of supervision for like probation.
Okay, and in there, is there something specifically about with standard rules if someone were to have law enforcement contact, what the expectation is?
Yes.
And what is that?
Rule number 2 is report all arrests or police contact to your agent within 72 hours.
So if someone were to be pulled over, say for speeding, for example, would they have to tell their agent within 72 hours according to those rules?
Yes.
And if they had some type, they witnessed a medical incident, would that be the same expectation?
That's my understanding.
And was there anything, did those apply also to John Pfeffer and to Christy Cleland?
Yes, they were both on probation.
And in the 911 call, does John Pfeffer specifically give his name when he calls?
Yes, he does.
And so would he be obligated to let probation know that he had police contact within those 72 hours?
That's my understanding.
And would Christy as well?
That's my understanding, yes.
And they stayed at the scene and had contact with law enforcement?
Correct.
Was there any rules that you were aware of with Samantha that would have changed that particular rule at all?
No.
So that would be the same type of rule that would apply to her?
Correct.
Now, in addition to kind of we're talking just from a timeline perspective, she leaves the apartment complex, she's driving down Northland, we looked at the flat camera. Do you ultimately learn where she goes?
Yes, we do.
And where is that?
To Jeff Hayes' apartment at the Veterans Village.
Okay, now I would, just to talk about Veterans Village, I'd like to have you look at Exhibit 44, which we've seen before. And in this particular exhibit, does that outline what Veterans Village looks like?
Yes, it does.
In order to get from Joey's apartment to Veterans Village, would driving down 00 be the quickest route there?
Most likely.
And consistent with kind of the timeline of how long it would take to drive from Joey's apartment to Veterans Village, do we see Samantha arrive at that location?
Yes, she arrives at a time that I would say is consistent with traveling directly from one to the other.
At Veterans Village, did you look to see, once you learned information that she was there, did you inquire as to whether they had surveillance video?
We did.
And did they have any?
They did.
What type of surveillance video did they have in terms of locations?
So they had 4 cameras associated with the building that Jeff's apartment was in. 3 of them were external cameras, and 1 of them had a view of, they have like a fitness center, weight room.
Okay. If you could grab the pointer and stand up and grab the microphone, please. Could you identify where the locations were of the surveillance cameras?
So the view of the surveillance cameras in general, there were 2 camera views from, I guess what I would call the north or northeast side of the building that is noted as being Jeff Hayes' apartment. The one camera view kind of covered towards the east, and there's 2 dumpsters in the grass on the right side of the screen next to the parking lot. So one camera view went that direction. One camera view generally covered more what I would consider to be like directly north and encompassing what's marked on the exhibit as the smoke shack. And then the third camera view that was external covered the entry and exit like driveway area.
Thank you. If you could have a seat. And when you obtain these video surveillance videos, what time frame did you obtain them for?
She was apprehended at that location on July 22nd at 2:30 approximately. And we were able to learn from the surveillance that she had arrived there at approximately 10:01. So we actually seized the entire like DVR system and had all the video files extracted in that entire time frame, basically July 18th to July 22nd.
Okay. Did you review all of that video?
Not quite all of it. I reviewed all of the video on channels 1, 2, and 3 from the time she arrived until the time she was apprehended.
So for all of those days?
Correct.
Now, when we look at the Veterans Village video, and I think Sergeant Riddle talked about previously, were you able to determine that the timestamp was off?
Yes, so at the time we initially viewed it, I compared the timestamp on the system to the timestamp on my department-issued phone, and the timestamp on the system was 38 minutes ahead of the current time.
Okay. So every time we look at a screenshot or a video, we have to subtract 38 minutes.
Correct.
All right, I'd like to talk to you about the time around 10 o'clock. Do you recall whether or not there was any video from the surveillance related to that time period of 10 o'clock?
The surveillance at Veterans Village?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
Okay, and we saw that Sam was pulling out of the parking lot at 9:53. So at approximately 10:01, would that be approximately when it would take someone to get from Joey's apartment to Jeff Hayes's at Veterans Village?
Yes, that's a consistent travel time.
Are you able to see her pulling into that parking lot or pulling into the driveway of Veterans Village?
Yes.
When you watch that video, do you see her in the Dodge Journey?
Yes.
Do you see her, what do you see when she's driving in from that driveway?
So again, I observed there's no license plate on the front of the vehicle. And as she drives past, there's like, I don't know, I call them street lights, but there's lighting in the parking lot. And so you can kind of see in through the side window and the windshield. And it appears that she has her hand and or arm up to the side of her head, consistent with like being on the phone.
Did you find that to be interesting in your investigation related to phone calls that you knew that Joey had received on his phone when you looked at his phone?
Yes, we also ultimately learned that there were phone calls from her to him at 10 o'clock and 10:01.
So basically, after she left and he was unconscious, within 7 or 8 minutes, you see these phone calls to his phone?
Correct.
Okay. And you see her, what you believe to be her on the phone in that video?
It appears consistent with that, yes.
Okay, I'd like to be able to play on the Veterans, on Exhibit 1, there's a specific file folder for Matt Kuether. And then there's a file folder that says Veteran Village videos. And then we go into the first file folder called Krebs Arrival. And then we go into a file folder called Pulling In. And that will be a VLC video of Ms. Krebs pulling in. I would ask to be able to play that.
Any objection?
No.
All right. That portion of Exhibit 1 is received and can be published.
Thank you. We're going to start it. Can we start it at the beginning? Sorry. So before we get started, what channel would this particular video be from?
This would be channel 3.
So this is the area that captures that driveway in before it branches off to the other two parking lots?
Correct.
Okay, and then this timestamp is 36 seconds long, and it begins at 24:07:18 at 10:39. If we subtract 38 minutes, that puts us at 10:01. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Thank you. If we could play that. And Sergeant Riddle, was that clip in its entirety that you were testifying about?
Yes,
And that street lamp, we're kind of able to see how it illuminates the vehicle?
yes.
So after pulling into this driveway, does it pull over into a parking stall at the complex in front of Jeff Hayes' apartment?
Yes, so as it leaves the screen off to the right in that last video, it kind of enters the view of channel 2, which is covering that, like primarily that parking lot and gazebo area.
And is channel 2 kind of the priority area of what we're observing in most of the videos?
That's what it ended up being, yes.
Okay. And is that because that kind of is one of the doorways in and out of the apartment and near that smoke shack where people often are hanging out or around?
Yeah, that's kind of appeared to be like a gathering place.
In the second video, after we see that, what do we see happens in this next section of video when she pulls in the parking spot?
So you'll see the headlights come from the left, and then the vehicle will come in and pull into like that center area of parking. There's kind of like the parking along the grass on the south, parking along the grass on the north, and then there's the center parking stalls. It kind of pulls into one of those. At the beginning, Jeff Hayes is over at the driver's side door of his vehicle, which is parked along the grass near that gazebo. And so as soon as she's pulling in, he begins walking that direction. And then she exits the driver's side door and begins approaching him, and he kind of waits where the parking lot meets the sidewalk for her. And then once they are kind of close to each other, they then walk up towards the building, and they come up like just before they go out of the view of the camera, and they stop and appear to be conversing in that area.
So this is 8 minutes she left, 8 minutes about since she left the apartment.
That's correct.
And we know from the 911 call that Joey was unconscious, had very faint breaths, and was really struggling and gets pronounced shortly thereafter, within about 20, 25 minutes.
Yes.
So what type of emotion do you see when she sees Jeff Hayes on the video?
So again, obviously there's no audio on this video, but just as far as like outward displays of emotion, I didn't see like any kind of embrace between the two of them. And I didn't see anything that I found to be consistent with, I guess, generally like a distraught or emotional state.
And during the investigation, did you learn that they had quite the relationship prior to this particular time, where they had text back and forth and communication prior to this incident ever happening?
Yes.
And in fact, even text messages about Mr. Hayes being interested in her?
Yes.
All right, if we could play what's marked as Matt Kuether, Vet Village Videos for Trial, Krebs Arrival, and it's parking and going into building. If we can stop it as soon as it comes up, we'll do the timestamp of going into the building. Now this is called Parking and Going into the Building Full AV. Do you see that in the top upper left corner?
I believe it says, yeah, full AVI.
Okay. And if we look at it, it's 2 minutes and 56 seconds in length on the VLC player below.
Yes, that's correct.
And the timestamp is July 18th, 2024 at 10:39:15 minus 38 minutes, which would put us at 10:01 and 15 seconds. Is that accurate? PM?
Yeah, I don't know the time difference is approximately 38 minutes. My department phone doesn't show me the seconds as I'm looking at it, so I would say approximately 10:01.
Okay. And then when we look at this, just to kind of orient ourselves, the driveway where the vehicle is coming, is that from the left?
Yes, so the driveway is off to the left of the screen, and you can kind of see the illuminated grass from the headlights there in the center left portion of the screen. And then on the very far right of the screen, You can see Jeff Hayes's vehicle is parked, and you can see kind of the silhouette of his outline and the open driver's side door. And then if you continue to the right, it goes to the end of the parking lot and where those dumpsters are.
Those are on a different video that we don't see right now. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we could play this. And then did that play all the way through, Investigator Kuether?
It did.
Now, in addition to doing that, do you recall if we could put on the screen exhibit number 89? Number 89 has a timestamp of basically July 18th of 2024 at 10:40:01. We minus 38 minutes. That puts us at 10:02. Was that screenshot a portion of what we just observed?
Yes, it is.
And what did you note about her clothing in this particular exhibit?
Just generally noted what she was wearing, and also that she appears to have a phone in her left hand.
What did you identify with what she's wearing?
It appears to be a sleeveless, multicolored top, pink shorts, and like pink and black sandals.
And then did she have some type of bag?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And was this important for you to note because you'll see it change over the course of the next few hours?
Yes.
And you heard Sergeant Riddle testify that her clothes were not discovered?
I did hear that.
Okay. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Okay, then I have exhibit number 90. Tell me if you're familiar with that photo.
Yes, I am.
And is exhibit number 90 also a screenshot of a portion of that?
Yes, just shortly after the one that's displayed on the screen.
Here, and I'd like to move exhibit 90 into evidence and ask permission to be able to publish it.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Okay, and just when you ask him about 90, after you're done with 90, we're probably going to take a break, so you can focus on 90 till our break. Go ahead.
So, do you recall this portion of the video at approximately minus 38 minutes, so 10:02 on July 18th of 2024? Do you recall watching this portion?
Yes.
And did Jeff Hayes appear rather animated?
He appears to be talking with his hands.
And did they appear to be in a rather intense conversation at that point for a period of time?
They appear to be conversing.
All right, that's all I have about exhibit number 90, Judge.
Okay, we've been, at least with the jury out here, about an hour and 20 minutes or so, so we'll take a break. I got 10:53 on my clock, so let's try and get back in the courtroom around 11:10, so about a 17-minute break or so. All right, all rise for the jury, and you can leave your notebooks on the chairs. Okay, we're in adjournment till 11:10. Okay, everybody can be seated. We're back on the record in Branch 6 for Outagamie County Circuit Court, State of Wisconsin. Case is State versus Samantha Krebs. We're going to continue with the direct examination of Detective Matthew Kuether of the Appleton Police Department. Just to give the jurors a heads up, we'll go about 45, 50 minutes and then take our noon hour break, and it's expected his testimony will continue into the afternoon. All right, when we left off, the state had just talked to the officer about exhibits 89 and 90, which were still photos from Veterans Village. You can continue from there.
Thank you. So, Investigator Kuether, we were talking about the point in time where she pulls in to the parking lot. She and Jeff Hayes are talking, and then I think, did you see Jeff Hayes go turn off the lights to her vehicle?
He goes out to her vehicle, yes.
And then does he return back? Yes. So then from 10 o'clock, do we see something again in that surveillance camera about 11:46, about an hour and 45 minutes later about?
Yes, we do.
Okay. In that particular segment of video, do you see some different items of clothing that Samantha has on?
Yes, she comes out and she's wearing black shorts.
As we were taking our break, that last one we saw, she had pink shorts on?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'd like to play a video that is in the Matt Kuether file, Vet Village Videos for Trial, and it's labeled number 2, Samantha in Different Clothes. Do you recall viewing that video?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could put it on the screen, Your Honor, I'd ask permission to publish it.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, that portion of the Exhibit 1 jump drive, that clip is received and can be published.
All right, we're going to pause it and walk ourselves through the record. So this is 12:24:04 a.m. on July 19th of 2024. And do you see where it says 56 minutes? Or I'm sorry, seconds, 56 seconds on the right-hand side of the VLC player?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about this timestamp to orient ourselves again. 12:24 is what time?
12:24 would be 11:46 p.m. on July 18th. And this timestamp is on the 19th because that 38 minutes spans the change of date.
Okay, so this is really about 11, what did you say, 46?
Correct.
11:46 on July 18th, so approximately an hour and a half plus a little bit from the last video?
Approximately.
Okay, if we can play this video. As we watched that video, did you see Samantha come out in those black shorts and go under the smoke shack area?
Yes.
As she was exiting, did you see another individual walk out that walked out kind of near in time of when she did?
Yes.
Who was that? Were you able to identify the person?
Yes.
Who was that?
Chris Putnam.
And who is Chris Putnam in relation to this video?
He's another resident at Veterans Village. I believe he was referred to as a neighbor of Jeff.
And was there reference at one time by John Pfeffer regarding John Pfeffer trying to call Chris Putnam once when Jeff Hayes wasn't answering his phone when he was at the apartment?
No, John tried to call an individual named Chuck.
Chuck. So there's two different individuals who are kind of neighbors at that place.
Yes, that would be my understanding.
Okay, sorry, thank you for clarifying. When we see Chris Putnam, where does he go in relation to Sam and Jeff?
In this video, he goes out near Jeff.
And does Jeff stay by his vehicle in the video?
I believe so. Or in this, yes, in this clip, yes.
Eventually, does he leave from that location?
Yes,
And in what direction does he travel?
like towards the driveway.
Okay. Do you know where he went?
No.
During the investigation, did you learn that there was a scanner page that was downloaded?
Yes.
And 10 codes that were being, that were in a note section?
Yes.
And during the investigation, did it appear that individuals were driving by the Northland or the apartment complex of Joey's and providing some information back?
Possibly, yes.
So after this point, we see, I'm going to show you some exhibits. And I'm going to have you kind of hold on to these as we go, but I just want to avoid kind of a lot of back and forth. So they would be exhibits number 91 straight through 104.
Yes.
If you could take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those documents, those exhibits.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And are those photos through 91 through 90, 91 through 95, are those consistent with screenshots of the video that you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to offer those and ask permission to be able to publish them.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, those are received and can be published.
Thank you. And then Sergeant Kuether, I think I might have misspoke, so you'll have to just correct me. After 95, what's the next exhibit you have?
The next one I have is 100.
Okay, so then you have 100 through 104?
That's correct.
Okay, so then are you familiar, we're going to come back to those. Let's just concentrate, I guess, on 90 through 94 for now. Okay, or 95. So we just watched that clip from 11:46 on the 18th. So now we're going to kind of cross over that midnight hour. Is there some activity that happens at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, so about an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 15 to 20 minutes after this video we saw?
Yes, there's some activity shortly after 1 o'clock.
At that point in time, has Jeff Hayes returned to the apartment complex?
Yes.
And did he arrive and park his car?
Yes,
Did he go into the apartment?
I believe so. So all I can see is that they go out of the view of this camera. It doesn't actually capture the door. So he goes out of the view of the camera towards the building.
Okay, that's fair. Now, in that, if we could look at a period of video at about 1:06 in the morning, and that particular video on Exhibit 1 identifies Matt Kuether, Vet Village Videos for Trial, Hayes to Krebs vehicle the first night, and the first video is Hayes out. Do you recall that video?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd ask the court to receive it and permission to publish.
Objection?
No.
All right, that's received and can be published.
Okay, if we start this video, we're gonna pause it and do our thing. So July 19th, 2024, 1:44:43 a.m. So we've crossed into the more early morning hours of the 19th.
Correct.
Subtract 38 minutes.
Yes, 1:06.
So that puts us at 1:06, and the timestamp on the bottom is 0 to 28 seconds. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, now in this particular portion of the video, what do we see as Jeff Hayes is walking toward, or what do we see Jeff Hayes doing?
Jeff Hayes comes into the view of the camera from the lower left corner. You kind of see his shadow as it begins here. And he walks down the sidewalk and out into the parking lot towards Samantha's vehicle. And he appears to be holding a pizza box vertically under his left arm.
So if we think about holding a pizza box, we would normally talk about holding a pizza box horizontal so toppings don't fall off, right?
If it was holding a pizza, yes.
Okay. Vertical, so instead he's holding it up and down.
Correct.
Okay. And when we see him go over towards Samantha's vehicle, is Samantha's vehicle still parked in the same spot that it was when she arrived?
It is.
So where approximately, if you could, with the pointer, I don't think you're going to need to talk, but if you could just point out to us where her vehicle is. All right, we see it. Is it, I'm going to make you talk. Sorry. So can you just describe that?
Yes, Samantha's vehicle is parked kind of in the center left of the screen. It's the gray vehicle, again, no license plates. It's parked just to the right of a white pickup truck.
Okay, so same spot as before. If we could play exhibit identified as Hayes out AVI. Did you see that?
Yes.
At the point in time this clip ends, I think just so that we can clarify, where does he end at the end, or where is he at the end of the video clip?
He's at the back of Samantha's vehicle with the rear lift gate up.
At some point in time, where does he go?
He moves around up towards what I would describe as the driver's side door, in front driver's side area of the vehicle.
Is he there for a period of time?
Yes.
Do you see him moving around in that area?
Generally, yes.
Do you see him appear that he's kind of near that driver's side door with the door open?
Yes.
And then do you see him go kind of around the driver door more towards the front of the vehicle?
It appears, yes.
Now, that period of time, 1:06, do we see him eventually come back and do we see Samantha shortly thereafter?
Yes.
I'd like to play another video clip, Krebs out with Hayes. It's number 2 in those same file folders that we talked about. And this one is identified as Krebs out with Hayes dash full MP4. We could just, Your Honor, I'd ask to offer that and have the court receive that.
Any objection?
No.
It's received and it could be published.
And we'll pause it again. And this one is, currently says July 19th, 2024 at 1:50:55. Do you see that?
I do.
And what is that timestamp really?
1:12 a.m.
So approximately 6 minutes after what we just saw.
Correct.
Has Mr. Hayes been at that vehicle for that entire period of time?
I believe so.
When we see Samantha come in this video, is she wearing something different?
Yes.
Could you describe?
She has a different shirt on, and her hair also appears to be in a different configuration.
Okay, so before, did we see her hair down?
Yes.
And now do we see her hair kind of pulled off to the side?
Correct.
And does she still have the black shorts on?
Yes.
Okay, but those weren't the shorts she arrived in, right?
Correct.
And does she have a different shirt?
Yes, than the one she arrived in.
And did you ever find that shirt she arrived in?
No.
All right. If we can play this at this time, this clip, if you look on the far right VLC, it says 1:49. Does that sound or look accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did we watch that in its entirety, Investigator Kuether? Yeah. And as we watched that, as it ended, does Jeff go back towards the car again?
He does.
Was he carrying the pizza box at that time?
No.
Where did he leave that?
On the table in the gazebo.
When he comes back with the pizza box, how, after being at the car that first time, how's he carrying the pizza box then?
I guess I would classify it as like a more traditional way of carrying a pizza box.
What does he do with the pizza box?
Sets it on the table.
Does he then engage in a conversation that, from what you can tell, you can't hear sound, but does it look like they're conversing?
They appear to be interacting, yes.
Do you see movement from his hands?
Yes.
At one point, do you see him kind of make like almost like what I'd call is like a stuffing motion with his hands?
Sure.
And can you see that from the shadow of what his hands are doing as well?
You can see the movement, I mean, depending on his angle, and the shadows are with his hands.
Now, if we can look at the exhibits that I showed you just a minute ago. exhibit number 90, I'm sorry, 91.
Okay,
If we could publish that.
Go ahead.
So at this time, is this the beginning at about 1:06 where we watched that video of him walking out?
yes.
Can you point to where you see him carrying the pizza box?
We're able to see that pizza box under his left arm. Again, going vertically, you can kind of see the orange line of it.
And then if we look at exhibit 92, this timestamp at 1:45
Okay.
is what time?
107.
Do we see him standing at the back of Sam's Dodge Journey?
We do.
Right. And then exhibit number 93, do we see him returning with something in his hand?
Yes.
And what time is that?
113.
Okay. And then exhibit number 94. Do we see, what do we see here?
It's still 1:13 a.m. And we see Samantha and Jeff both under the roof of the smoke shack, and that pizza box is set on the table on Jeff's right side, just in front of the white chair at the bottom center of the screen.
And number 95?
So this is the program has the ability to do, I think it's called like an interactive zoom. So in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you can see a depiction of the full frame of the video's reference. And then you see a white box that is kind of inside of that, almost like a picture-in-a-picture type view. And so what that white box is doing is it's showing where we're zoomed in on. And so then that is the portion that fills most of the screen, is that zoomed in area. And it just allows us to zoom in to observe the pizza box and the design on the pizza box and maybe some more specifics.
Now, were you involved with Fallon Garish, the forensic evidence specialist at the Appleton Police Department, when you went to observe Samantha's vehicle and try to pull the object covering the VIN?
I was, yes.
Is the only exterior identification for a vehicle located on that top dashboard?
So I don't know if it's the only one, but I would classify it as the most common one. That's the first one I would go to try to identify it.
I meant specifically like exterior, for like if law enforcement was gonna look for a vehicle identification number.
Yeah, so my answer, I know it's placed in several different areas on the vehicle, and I couldn't tell you what they all are.
Okay.
But again, that to me is the most common and accessible one that I'm aware of.
So if there's not a license plate, another way to identify it or to see if the license plate would connect, if there was one, would be to look at the vehicle identification number.
Correct.
And prior to this, if we can look at it, I'm sorry, not prior to, but if we can look at exhibit number 96, that's a photo of Samantha's car after it was in impound with the Appleton Police Department.
That's correct.
And number 97, is that what the vehicle identification number in her vehicle looked like?
Yes.
So then after Fallon had tried to pull that out, we previously saw exhibit number 98, if we could see that. Did you observe those pieces of cardboard or paper?
I did.
And exhibit number 99, was that specifically interesting to you?
Yes.
Why?
So again, it just noted the kind of the 14-inch mark on there and the proof of purchase. And when I looked at this little design, I kind of see like an L and a C in each one of those little designs. And I was aware, because I had reviewed the video at Veterans Village, that Jeff had gone out to the vehicle and was in that VIN area of the vehicle with that Little Caesars pizza box.
So now, did you have the opportunity to look at a 14-inch pizza box from Little Caesars?
Yes.
We look at exhibit number 100. What can you tell me about this?
So apparently there's an online market for used Little Caesars pizza boxes. And so this was actually just through an internet search. And as you can see, it has on the left side of the screen multiple different views of the pizza box that you could purchase. But I noted that it was titled as a Little Caesars limited edition Summer of Hot and Ready Box 2024 used. And when I looked at this, I saw what I would describe as a identical graphic on the top of the pizza box, along with a matching proof of purchase and 14-inch mark on the side there.
All right, so as we look at that, is that consistent with what you thought you were seeing in exhibit number 95?
Yes, again, I would say that the graphic here with the inner tube and the character match what I was able to find online.
Okay, so if we go back, or I'm sorry, if we go the next to exhibit 101, is that a close-up of that same pizza box?
Yes.
And can you point out why you have this photo?
So again, I found it's kind of on our screen, in the middle of the screen, we kind of see that graphic with what I see LC in and the orange proof of purchase along with the 14-inch mark. That area appears consistent with what we removed from the area covering the VIN.
And is that identical to exhibit number 99?
This is exhibit 99? Yes.
Yes. Okay. And so after we have, if we look at 95, after presumably Jeff Hayes took off part of that pizza box, do we see him talking to Samantha in the smoke shack immediately after?
They appear to be interacting.
Now, the next thing that we see is if we can look at exhibit, so exhibit number 102, 103, and 104, do you have those in front of you?
I do.
Okay, if we could look, well, first let's talk about this. Do we then watch another portion, or do you watch another portion of the video to see what happens after Jeff Hayes has this pizza box in the smoke shack?
Yes.
Does he ever open it and have pizza that night?
I did not observe that, no.
Do you then see him go somewhere else?
Yes, you see him carry the pizza box, as far as channel 2 is concerned, off of the right side of the screen towards the area where I'm aware of the dumpsters being located.
So if we look at exhibit 102, is that consistent with the next video that we'll see? It's not up there yet.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so if we could look at exhibit 102. Tell me what this particular exhibit 102, same day, July 19th of 2024, the timestamp 1:58:12, which means it's what time?
120.
So after they've talked for a little while, where do you see, what can you tell me about this photo?
So in this photo, you can see Samantha remains in the gazebo, and you can see the silhouette of Jeff, and sticking out in front of him, you can see the silhouette of the pizza box as he walks off the screen to the right.
And when you walk off the screen to the right, you talked earlier about there being another video channel that shows the dumpster area. Did you watch that video too?
I did.
As he goes off the screen in this video does he pick up in the next video?
Yes. Yes.
And what do you see him do in that next video?
So the channel one that covered the dumpsters was, it had, I don't know, the nighttime view was very difficult to make out like specifics, but you see an individual go to the dumpster and come back.
And is that consistent with the timing of when he exits this screen?
Yes.
Okay. So as you talked about it being difficult, I'm going to look at Exhibit 103. That timestamp. Your Honor, if we could just dim the lights, it might help a smidge.
Just so you know, the timestamp on mine is cut off. So I'm not, just so you know, as far as the exhibit I have in front of me.
Okay, and that's Exhibit 103.
Correct.
I can just approach. Is this the photo that you have? Are you able to see that there's a timestamp just above it on your Exhibit 103, and it's kind of cut off on that top?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't see the timestamp on there, but you can see it on Exhibit 103, which is on the screen on Exhibit 1 on the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. Is what you see outside of that timestamp consistent with what you see on Exhibit 103?
Yes.
Okay. So as we look at Exhibit 103 on the PowerPoint, what is the timestamp on there?
1:58:30. So again, approximately 1:20 a.m.
And you indicated it was hard to see, but is there something that you could point to help us understand what you're looking at?
So the dumpster is located, well, there's two dumpsters located in the upper right-hand portion of the screen just below the timestamp. And standing just to the left of the nearest dumpster, you can see again, I would just describe it as the silhouette of an individual standing in front of the dumpster.
All right. If we then transfer over to our video exhibit, if we can watch that, it's called Haze Out to Dumpster. It's in folder 3 under Haze to Krebs vehicle. And it's a full AVI. If we look at, we'll pull it up. If we can pause it and then say Haze to dumpster full AVI. Do you see that on the upper left?
Yes, I do see that.
And the timestamp, if you could tell us?
So the timer on the video player goes from 0 to 2:34, and the timestamp on the video system is July 19th, 2024 at 1:57:36 a.m., which adjusted for the 38 minutes would be approximately 1:19 a.m.
Okay, if we could play this, please.
Any objection?
No.
All right. It's received and could be published and played.
Thank you. Did we watch that in its entirety?
We did.
At the end of that video, do we see him pointing in the direction of the car?
Generally.
And to just come back for a second, I had asked you if you ever saw him having pizza out there, opening the pizza box with pizza. When he came back after he took his car and he was gone for a period of time, did he come back with a pizza box?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. The next segment of videos, were you able to capture the time where John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland arrived back at arrived at Veterans Village to Jeff Hayes' apartment?
Yes, that's in the video.
Right, and if we could watch those videos, do you have, I think we saw previously a screenshot of that, but if we look at Matt Kuether Vet Village videos for trial number 4, we see that there's a Pfeffer and Cleland folder, and in there we have one identified as arriving. Do you recall watching that?
Yes.
Okay, if we could play that on the screen, Your Honor, and I'll do the timestamps again.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that video clip on Exhibit 1 is received and can be published. And if you need the lights dim, let us know.
Will do. Sergeant Kuether, it might be easier if you can just stand up and if you can just kind of draw our attention to the timestamps, but also to what we'll be seeing as we look at this particular clip, which I believe is about 48 seconds.
Yes, so the video player timer is 0 to 48. The timestamp in the upper right-hand corner of the video system is 7/19/2024 at 11:33:09 a.m., which accounting for the 38 minutes is approximately 10:55 a.m. And so as we see this, there's a couple things moving. So there is a vehicle that's pulling into a stall just above kind of that gazebo or smoke shack. That's Chris Putnam. And then there's a vehicle that is about halfway into the view of this camera frame. And that's John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland arriving. And they're going to pull up into that center portion of parking stalls.
As we see this particular video, are we really just focused on Christy and John?
Yes, that's why I note the two separate areas of movement. But John and Christy was what caught my attention related to the investigation.
And Chris Putnam, is he coming back with another individual just by happenstance as well?
I don't know if it's by happenstance, but yes, he's returning.
Fair, okay. So let's play this video.
Give it to him. To the bailiff is fine.
I'll talk about it.
And did we watch that in its entirety?
We did.
Thank you. Judge, I think the issue with the microphone is the battery. I don't know if the battery died.
We'll charge it up during the noon hour.
Okay. So as we watched that one, is that consistent with exhibit number 38?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Then we move back to another section of video. Do we have a time after this particular video that Mr. Hayes comes back outside?
Yes, I was able to observe on the video that Mr. Hayes comes out prior to seeing John and Christy come back out.
Okay. So to your knowledge, they're still in the apartment?
As far as what I can see on camera, yes.
Okay. So this particular video, for the record, would be Vet Village videos for trial, Pfeffer and Cleveland. It's folder 2, Hayes outside, and then at that point, we have the video that we'll be able to see. Jeff comes outside. That should be listed on the left side. And then we'll pause it and have you talk through the timestamps, Sergeant Kuether.
Yeah, so the timestamps at the bottom of the video player are 0 to 1:49. The timestamp for the video system is July 19th, 2024 at 11:53:36. So accounting for the 38 minutes, that would be about 11:15.
Okay.
I'm sorry, yeah, 11:15.
All right, we'll play this video from 0 to 1:49.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Okay, it's received and can be played.
Did we watch that in its entirety? Yes. So, Mr. Hayes, what's the color shirt he's wearing?
Red.
When he goes over to his vehicle, does he, based upon your view of all of these videos, does he have a lot of different things in the back of his vehicle?
It appears so.
And does he spend some time over there from time to time?
Yes.
Then, do we see a portion of the video that you observed where John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland leave?
Yes.
Okay, if we could watch that particular video, and if you could, it would be Vet Village video, Pfeffer and Cleland leaving and walking out. And if you could go through the timestamps again.
Sure. So the timestamp on the video player on the bottom runs from 0 to 1:14. The timestamp on the video system is July 19th, 2024 at 12:16:52. So that would be approximately 11:38 a.m. on July 19th.
As it's screenshotted here, do we see John and Christy exiting or walking down from where the door is?
Yes.
And can you identify where that is?
So Christy is just coming into view in the bottom left-hand portion, and John is here just ahead of Christy, appears to be holding like a bottle of soda in his right hand and a phone in his left hand.
And where is Jeff Hayes at this point?
He's out by the dumpsters, I believe.
Okay. And if we could play this segment. And did we watch that in its entirety?
Yes.
Now, how long was it that Christy Cleland and John Pfeffer were in the apartment or had entered in towards that area and come back out? How much time had elapsed?
So from 10:55 to approximately like 11:38, so somewhere in that like 40 to 45-minute range.
And so there was a period of time that John Pfeffer was in the apartment complex?
Presumably.
Okay. And that was about 15 to 20 minutes of that?
So from what you see on the video, John Pfeffer goes in and comes out, so he would have been in the entirety of the time. Jeff Hayes comes out approximately 20 minutes after John and Christy arrive.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. When John Pfeffer goes towards the dumpster, is there an exchange of anything, like items or communication that you can see in some way on that Channel 1 video?
So I watched that video knowing Jeff was over there, and Jeff is kind of coming back as John is walking towards, and they get near each other, but they don't ever actually like physically engage each other or exchange anything.
So this portion of the video would be what we had seen previously in the exhibit where it was dark and you couldn't see very well. In daytime, are you able to see obviously clear?
Yeah, this view was much easier to watch during the day.
Okay, so this would be Pfeffer and Cleland, Pfeffer and Hayes, Channel 1, Pfeffer and Hayes at dumpster. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, if we can play this and we'll walk through like we do.
Any objection?
No.
All right, this clip in Exhibit 1 is received and can be published.
Okay, so the time on the video player at the bottom is 0 to 25 seconds, and the time at the top is July 19th, 2024 at 12:16:58. So again, that would be like that 11:38, almost 11:39 time frame. And you can see Jeff Hayes in the red shirt with the garbage can near the top right of the screen by the dumpster, and next to him is Chris Putnam. And then you're going to see John Pfeffer come into view from the left side of the screen. And again, they get near each other, and then John kind of turns back and goes back, and Jeff continues to walk towards his view.
Okay, if we could play this as a 25-second clip. So at that point, you don't see any exchange or really much communication with them at all?
No.
All right. The next, Judge, the next section is kind of also a section that is a little bit longer, and looking at the time, it might be where we want to take a break for lunch.
Okay, we'll give the jurors their noon hour break. I'm going to have you get back to the jury room no later than 1:20, so giving you about an hour and 15 minutes. So 1:20 back at the jury room, and we hope to have you in the courtroom within about 5-10 minutes after that. So once again, keep your notebooks in the jury room, follow all the instructions and orders I've given you in the past, and we'll see you back soon after 1:20. All rise for the jury. We're going to stay on the record for a couple minutes. Have a seat. All right, regarding the exhibits that have come up on direct, just checking with the clerk, are 89 and 90 received? All right, what about 91 through 95? All right, those are all received. And then 100 to 104? Any of them? All right, do you want to offer any of those, 100 to 104?
Yes, I think we did and we published them. It was 100, 101. Let me just look a minute. 102 through 104. I'd offer admission. We published them. I thought we had done that in the first group, but I could have been wrong.
All right, did you skip over 101?
101 was with the 100 and 101. I thought she said those were received. Those are the two pizza box. Oh, okay. So I would offer 100 through 104.
Any objection?
No, there's not.
All right, those are received. Okay, we'll see the attorneys back in court by 1:15. And we're going to lock up the courtroom during the noon hour. Okay, you can step down. All right, Ms. Rock, if they don't come back, do you want a default judgment? So, okay, I'll give them about 3 more minutes. Terry, you doing okay back there? Okay. Getting along with Austin? All right. You can talk fishing all day if you want. Yeah, you can have a seat up here. All right. I got Rachel keeping an eye on you too. Yep, it's on the chair over there. Okay, we're back on the record. It's 1:15 p.m. on State versus Krebs. Ms. Krebs is here in court and her attorneys are back at their table. Prosecutors are here. In a few minutes, we'll bring out the jury. The court staff did charge up the handheld mic, so it says it's back up to 100%. So hopefully that works for the afternoon session. If something happens, we'll just keep you by the mic, but court staff is confident that the handheld mic should work. Anything from the DA's office before we bring the jury back out?
Ms. Rock and I have talked. They don't have any objections to the exhibits with Investigator Kuether. So I think just to kind of speed things along, I think she's willing to indicate that she doesn't have an objection, and so we won't have to move for an admission and we can just
Okay,
publish.
all right. And is that correct, Ms. Rock?
That's correct.
Okay, so both attorneys can approach the witnesses. So without asking, I'll just tell the jurors that we talked about that and that there's a handful more exhibits that may be referenced, and we screened those ahead of time and there's no objection. So we'll dispense with some of the formalities. Anything else from the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay, can you check on the jury? Okay, all right. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back in when the jurors get back. I think I told them 1:20, so they're using all their time.
I thought I heard too, but I don't know.
All rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. Back on the record in Branch 6, Outagamie County Circuit Court, State of Wisconsin versus Samantha Krebs. It's 1:22 p.m. We're going to continue with Detective Kuether's testimony. The attorneys mentioned to me just at the tail end of this break that for the remainder of his testimony, they talked about what exhibits he's going to be asked to look at. And there's not going to be an objection, so I'm going to dispense with the formality of them having to answer the question whether there's an objection or not. There's not. So I'm not looking to rush things, but since they've agreed that there's not objections, you're not going to hear me ask that question whether they're okay with the receipt of the exhibit and the publication presentation on the screen. We did also charge up, staff charged up that handheld microphone, so if Detective Kuether does get off the stand, we want him to use that at all times, just so his voice projects in the courtroom. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Templis.
Thank you. And just for the record as well, I think in discussing with the clerks, the only exhibit that hasn't been received by the court was exhibit number 302, and that was the supervision rules that he had testified about earlier. So just to make sure that we're all caught up from that.
Okay.
The state would offer that.
All right, and that's received.
Thank you.
So all the exhibits that have been offered have been received.
So Sergeant Kuether, I want to show if I can approach exhibit 196. And I'm just going to show you this and we'll publish it. Is this the same thing as what you're looking at on the screen?
Hold on a second, sorry about that. That was me. All right, go ahead, you can repeat your answer. I had your mic muted.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. You had indicated earlier before lunch that Christy Cleland and John Pfeffer were walking out at about 11:38. Is this, what does this photo represent?
So this is a still image from the video system that just depicts when they actually pull away at approximately 11:41 a.m. with the time adjusted.
Thank you. And moving on to the next section of photos, which would be exhibit 197, 198, 199, 300, and 301. Did you have a chance to look over those during the break?
I did, yes.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of those videos, or I'm sorry, those still images?
They are.
Now, this next section that we're going to be talking about, what section of your investigation is this that we're going to be discussing?
So this relates to the decals or stickers on the rear window of Ms. Krebs's vehicle.
Now, in fact, do you have you reviewed both videos and stills identifying the removal of these decals?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, if we can look at exhibit 196. What do we see? Oh, I'm sorry, 197. What do we see in 197?
So 197 is a still image of, it's actually one of those zoomed in ones from the Channel 2, which looks out over the gazebo or smoke shack. The timestamp is July 19th, 2024 at 4:04:10 p.m., so approximately 3:26 in the afternoon on July 19th. And there's an individual that can be seen walking just above the roof of the gazebo. And just to the left of him is Miss Krebs' vehicle being backed into a stall right along the gazebo there.
Do you see something related to her back windshield that was consistent with what you saw in the traffic cameras from July 18th of 2024 when we looked at those flock videos?
Yes, if you look, again, her vehicle is down here in the lower left-hand corner, and you can see the decals or stickers on both sides and in the center of the rear window.
When this vehicle moved, where did it move from?
It was moved from the location we originally saw it pull into on July 18th.
Okay, so when she had parked it the night of July 18th, this is the first time you see it move?
Correct.
Who's driving the vehicle at this time?
Jeff Hayes.
And as we watch this, what do you see him do?
So he is over by his vehicle, and then he'll go over and get into her vehicle and move it into this location nearer his vehicle.
Is his vehicle located on this exhibit as well on 197?
It is. Again, this is zoomed in, so his vehicle is in the lower right-hand corner of the screen with the tailgate up, and if you look up into the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you can see what the full view is, and that his full view vehicle is in view of the full camera.
Then in exhibit 198, are we able to see what he is doing in this particular video? Or I'm sorry, still image.
Yes, this is Jeff Hayes at the rear of his vehicle with the lift gate up. And he is has his hands and working over a red cup.
And is this also one of those zoomed in photos where you don't see the timestamp in the right side, but you see the bigger picture with the timestamp on the upper left?
Correct.
And as he is working there, at this point, where is Samantha's car?
So Samantha's car is parked out of the view of the camera because it's right behind the gazebo in a parking stall. Generally in this area behind the roof of the gazebo is where I was pointing.
And if I show you what's been marked as exhibit, well, let me just ask one more question about 198. Is that red cup of interest to you?
It becomes of interest, yes.
Why?
So again, at this time, Mr. Hayes is removing the decals, and he ultimately carries that red cup to the dumpsters and then comes back without it.
Okay. And then exhibit 199. And what is that exhibit?
So this exhibit is again zoomed in. You can see the full view in the upper left-hand corner. This is a short time later, just before he goes to the dumpsters, and you can see in his right hand, he's holding that red cup.
All right. As we look at videos now, do we have video snips that you've reviewed that show the activity that was happening during these still photos?
Yes.
Okay, so the first one that the state it will play is the Matt Kuether folder, Vet Village for videos for trial, Hayes removing decals, and we're going to start with moving car to start, which is in folder number 1. And before that gets going, do we see, can you walk through the timestamps for us, please?
Yes, the timestamp on the media player at the bottom is 0 to 2 minutes and 17 seconds. The timestamp on the actual player, or I'm sorry, not on the player, on the video system is July 19th, 2024 at 4:02:45. So that would be approximately 3:24 p.m. on July 19th. So again, in the right side of the screen, kind of in the center, is Mr. Hayes' vehicle with the lift gate up. Mr. Hayes is at the front of his vehicle, and Samantha Krebs' vehicle is in its original location from July 18th when she parks next to that white pickup truck, which is kind of centered on the left-hand side of the screen.
So to orient us in time and place, essentially the homicide, as we've discussed, happened the night of July 18th. So this activity that we're talking about is happening on the afternoon of Friday afternoon, the 19th.
Yeah, approximately 18 hours later.
Okay. Then I'd ask if we could play that in its entirety of 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
Go ahead.
Investigator Kuether, now that we watched that in its entirety, do we see Jeff Hayes go back to his vehicle after parking it?
Yes.
Do we see him grab something?
Yes.
What's that?
I don't know exactly what it is, but he appears, as the videos continue, like he has like a rag and a bottle.
Okay. Then if we can go to the next, sorry, we're gonna have a couple of videos, so you could probably keep the lights
Okay.
off.
Thank you.
Then do we have another video identified in the same set of folders, number 2, Hayes back and forth?
Of that.
And if you could walk us through the timestamp of this particular video?
Sure. The video player on the bottom is 0 to 2 minutes and 53 seconds. The timestamp is July 19th, 2024 at 4:12:33 p.m. So with the time adjusted, that would be approximately 3:34 p.m. So just a few minutes after the previous video. In this one, Mr. Hayes's head can be seen just above the upper right-hand corner of the gazebo to start, and his vehicle remains in the same location as the last video with the lift gate up. And Ms. Krebs' vehicle is again behind the gazebo.
And you indicated this is 2 minutes and 53 seconds?
That's correct.
Okay, if we could play that. Thank you, Investigator Kuether. Then we have one more video regarding that red cup. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, if we could play that section number 3, it's number 3 in the same file folder called Haze with Red Cup. And this one is a much shorter clip of just 14 seconds.
Correct, and the timestamp is July 19th, 2024 at 4:20:53 p.m., which would be approximately 3:42 p.m.
We'll watch this portion. And is that where we previously saw the photo with him holding the red cup heading towards the dumpster?
That's correct.
Okay. And do we have a video of him going to the dumpster?
Yes.
And that's identified as number 4, Haze at dumpster?
Yes.
Okay, if we could pull that up, please. Just to start off, I believe this is a 1-minute clip. Can you give us the timestamp, please?
Yes, this is July 19th, 2024 at 4:21:07, approximately 3:43 p.m.
Thank you. Yes, please play. Did we watch the entirety of that video as well?
Yes, we did.
As you watch these videos, are there times where he would go to the dumpster and he would dump something in the top and then go to the back?
Yes.
Can you explain the back of that dumpster?
So it appears to have like a sliding door on it that would allow access to it from that angle.
Are there times where he looks like he's manipulating things in the dumpster?
Yes, it appears he leans in and is doing something within the dumpster.
Now, finally, if we look at the last section of that, is there additional file folder, which is labeled number 5, moving car to finish, where he completed removing the decals and then moves the car somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that he moved the car to?
He pulls the car off to the left of the screen from that channel 2, and then so again, the vehicle is...
This would be exhibit number 44.
Okay. So the vehicle is generally in this area in line with the gazebo here. So these stalls that are just along the grass but north of the gazebo. When he pulls it out, he brings it out and to the left, and then you can see on the camera that looks over the entrance, he pulls it around and comes down this middle parking lot. But again, you lose view of it. I guess I couldn't say exactly where, but you lose view of it somewhere as it goes into that parking lot. So I don't know exactly where he puts it, but somewhere down in this area where I'm not aware of there being any like exit from the actual apartment complex.
Okay. And if we can look at exhibit number 1 again and watch that video identified as number 5, if you look in the upper left corner, there's an identification of car pulling forward with the full view. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and can you give me the timestamps for that, please?
Yes, this video is 14 seconds long, so it's 0 to 14 on the bottom. And then the timestamp is July 19th, 2024 at 4:24:43 p.m., which would be approximately 3:46 p.m. actual time.
Thank you, and if we could play that. Did we watch that in the entirety?
We did.
Now, I'd like to pull up another photo. I just have to double check what number it is. I believe it's 301. Do you see that in front of you?
I have 300 and 301.
Can we look at 300 first? Can you tell me what 300 is?
So 300 is a still image of that video we just watched. It's again zoomed in, but still includes the timestamp 4:24:49 p.m. on July 19th, which is about 3:46 p.m. Actual time. And Samantha's vehicle can be seen in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. And at this time now you can see that there are no stickers or decals in any of the 3 locations we saw them previously.
And then Exhibit 301. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, Exhibit 301 is just essentially the vehicle backing in to start and the vehicle pulling out to finish as a side-by-side image. So again, over on the far left-hand bottom corner of the screen is at 4:04 on the timer there, and the decals exist. And then on the other side, about 20 minutes later, and we can see that all of those decals have been removed when it pulls back out.
Now, as we watch this video, did you see Samantha anywhere?
No.
Learn that she was aware that these decals were no longer on her vehicle?
Yes.
In fact, was there a phone call that she talked about that?
Yes, there was.
So I'd like to direct your attention to the Exhibit 1. It's actually identified Chad Riddle, and it's identified as calls. Do you recall one that is called Krebs says she had no stickers on her car from November 6th of 2024 at 18:39?
I do recall that.
Okay, if we could pull that audio up. Before we play it, we'll press pause. What was the importance of this call to your investigation compared to the video and the screenshots we just watched?
So in the video, I'm able to observe that Jeff Hayes removes the decals from. Good. In the video, we're able to observe that Jeff Hayes removes the decals on the 19th. And in this call, Samantha's discussing those decals with her mom and is basically indicating that her vehicle didn't have stickers or decals, and the vehicle that left the scene on the night of the incident had stickers on it.
Okay, if we look at this video clip for the record, it plays out of the VLC Meteor. It says Microsoft Game DVR on the top, and it's going to play for a period of 23 seconds. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay.
I said they said it was my car, but they can't prove it's my car. Because when they found the car, there wasn't stickers, and they said that the car that left had stickers on it.
No, Jeff said that you had stickers on your car.
No, they were not there when they found it.
Oh, I don't know. Okay. Yeah.
That was a little bit hard to hear, but can you, Your Honor, could we just replay that for a second since it's a little bit garbly on the recording?
All right, if you want to clarify first which voices the officers believes we're hearing first, and then second, when you do that first, and then you can play it again.
Sure. Who do you hear on this call?
So this is Samantha and her mom. I believe it's Samantha that speaks first, and is basically the one talking about how the voice that says they can't prove it's my car is Samantha. And then kind of what I would define as like the higher pitched voice is her mom. And her mom is the one who references, well, Jeff said there were stickers. And Samantha replies, no, there were not.
Okay, if we could just play that one more time, please.
I said they said it was my car, but they can't prove it's my car. Because when they found the car, there was the stickers, and they said that the car that left had stickers on it.
No, Jeff said that you had stickers on your car.
No, they were not there when they found it.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, yeah.
Is that a fair depiction of that call?
Yes.
And was that important in the investigation because it contradicted what you saw with when her vehicle left the scene versus what we see with Jeff Hayes removing those stickers?
Well, it didn't contradict the investigation that way. Those two things are true. The value to the investigation was that this is November 6th, and it's essentially another statement that I take as her not being there.
So I think I misspoke. Contradicts, what she says contradicts with what the evidence showed.
Correct. The evidence shows that's her vehicle, yes.
Now, is there a portion of time where you see on the video back at Veterans Village where you see Jeff Hayes getting her particular type of hat?
Yes.
What do you note about that part of the video that was of note to you?
So this portion of the video caught my attention because I think it's later in the evening and they're under a covered structure. And so Jeff goes out to his vehicle and is making his way back towards the gazebo where Samantha's sitting inside, and then goes back to his vehicle into the driver's door and reaches out and retrieves a bucket hat and brings it back up and provides it to Samantha to wear, and then appears to even kind of help her fit it on her head.
Okay. Was it unusual for it to be that time of day?
I mean, that's what caught my attention. It was not a time of day where like a bucket hat would have been needed for, you know, sun or things of that nature.
Okay, this would be in the Matt Kuether Vet Village Videos for Trial Krebs Bucket Hat, and it's identified Krebs Bucket Hat Full .avi. If we could just put that on there just to confirm timestamps. For the record, that video is approximately 1 minute and 45 seconds according to the VLC player.
That's correct.
And what date and time is this?
The timestamp on the screen is July 19th, 2024 at 8:40 and 48 seconds p.m., which would be approximately 8:02 p.m.
Okay, if we can play that, please. So we watched that in its entirety. At this point, is she under the enclosure of the smoke shack?
Yes.
And is there another resident of the complex who's also there talking with her?
Yes.
In this particular section, so it's less than 24 hours after Joey's stabbed,
Yes.
all right? Is there then another video where she continues wearing that hat and something catches the attention of her and the other person she's in the smoke shack with, the other resident?
Yes.
What happens?
So they're out by, I mean, it's generally the same area, obviously, and essentially it appears as though their attention is directed towards that entry driveway area. And what I noted is that Samantha appears to go from being out there and it just generally looks like people hanging out. And then she appears to abruptly move all the way into the back corner of that gazebo. And like even behind like the chairs and stuff. And then they kind of direct their attention out that way. And after a short time, she appears to like put a cigarette out and then they just go towards the building. They go off the screen towards the building.
If we could watch that portion of, I believe it's channel 2 is the first video, right?
Correct. Channel 2 covers the gazebo or smoke shack.
And that's called Smoke Shack, and that's Krebs at night in corner in the file. And if we could just do the timestamp again, please.
The timestamp, I apologize, is July 19th, 2024 at 9:42:19 p.m. So about 9:04 p.m., about an hour after the last video. And the media player time is 0 to 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thank you, and we'll play that. During that video, did you see the other individual point towards that entryway?
Yeah, their attention appears directed that way.
And then did you also then look at another angle from channel 3 related to what was happening at that exact time?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to compare timestamps so that you knew what you were looking at?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so in Vet Village videos for trial, Krebs at night in corner, this would be number 2, channel 3 with the vehicle pulling in. If you could do the timestamp, please.
Of course. The media player timestamp is 0 to 12 seconds, and the timestamp at the top is July 19th, 2024 at 9:42:59. So again, 9:04 transitioning into 9:05 there.
Do you find something interesting with this vehicle that we see pull in?
So what I noted is that our detectives, I think all of us, are assigned unmarked Chevy Malibus. So it's a small, unmarked 4-door sedan. And we have a combination of like black and blue and some of those colors. And I knew that there would have been several of those vehicles parked outside of the apartment complex on the 18th for an extended period of time. And so I noted that as this vehicle comes in, I don't believe it to be a Chevy Malibu, but I recognize it as like a dark-colored, smaller four-door sedan.
We could play that, I believe it's 12 seconds. Is that what we watched in completion? And is that consistent with what they were, got their attention and made them head towards the door to the apartment complex?
Timestamps of when those movements occur are consistent.
Did you see that vehicle kind of slow down and then also kind of pump the brakes a little bit?
It appears to be traveling slowly, and then it makes a right turn to go the opposite direction of where they would be.
And in that video, the prior video, did it look like the other person was trying to help her get in by his movements?
Again, it appears they continue to direct their attention that way, and then at one point they move fairly quickly towards the entryway.
Okay, and then I think the last section of video that you've patiently been going through is the Vet Village videos for trial. Krebs' vehicle moves to stall 316. So before we kind of watch this portion of the video, what was the significance of this section of the video compared to where the vehicle had been?
So there's only really the two times in the 3 to 4 days from the incident to when Samantha's apprehended that the vehicle moves. It moves the one time, as we already saw, to have the decals removed and then parked somewhere off to the middle parking lot there. And then this is the only other time that vehicle moves, and it gets moved back into stall 316.
Okay, and if we could watch that, it's going to be Krebs' vehicle moved to stall 316 full AV is how it'll be identified in that number 8 file. And then please walk through the timestamps for us.
Sure. The media player timestamp is 0 to 2 minutes and 22 seconds. The timestamp up on the surveillance system is July 22nd, 2024 at 1:08:24 p.m. So this would be at approximately 12:30 p.m., which is about 2 hours prior to Samantha being apprehended.
Thank you, and if we could just play that. We watched the entirety of that video.
Yes.
At the conclusion of that, are we able to see who was driving that car?
Yes, that was Jeff Hayes.
And what parking spot did he park in?
316.
And that was related to his apartment number 316?
Yes.
Thank you. You can turn the lights back on and have a seat if everybody doesn't mind. Then we're going to transition to a couple more photos. This would be 105 through 107. Have you had a chance to look at those?
Yes.
Now, if we could put 105 on the screen, are you able to tell us this photo 105, is that consistent with that bucket hat that you saw in the video?
Yes, that's consistent with that time frame.
And Exhibit 106, if we could put that on. Is that a screenshot of that video we just saw of Jeff Hayes getting out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And 107, him coming around the vehicle, essentially showing that he had parked it?
Yes.
Thank you. As you continued your investigation, did you end up having Kelly Gasser from the apartment complex reach out to you?
Yes.
That apartment complex where Joey was living, did that have a sign outside that identified the complex?
Yes.
Did the sign have contact information if anybody had questions, who they could call?
Yes.
And was there a phone number provided?
Yes, I believe it was Kelly's number.
Okay. And eventually, did you have the opportunity to listen to that voicemail that was left by Sam to Kelly Gasser?
I did.
What was the importance of that in your investigation?
So the timing of it was important. The voicemail was left on July 22nd at 9:08 in the morning. And then, again, just much like listening to some of the other things, like the Officer Felmer call, I just noted some of the way things were phrased or the words used, and kind of the demeanor of the call stood out to me.
And I believe that's identified on Exhibit 1 under Krebs Exhibit, Krebs voicemail to apartment manager. Did you note that that number was, or that message was left not to Kelly?
Correct. The message was left for the corporate office. I think someone named Blake.
Did you find that unusual?
Again, I found it interesting to the investigation as a means of bypassing the local contact, which would have more knowledge about what took place at the complex.
And this, when you talked about July 22nd, that would have been Monday. And Joey was stabbed on Thursday night?
Correct.
Okay. If we could play that. And the entirety of this call, which is on Exhibit 1, is 31 seconds.
Oh, hi. This is Samantha Krebs. I was calling about the apartment at 2800 North Park Drive Lane, Joseph Carnot. I was staying with him at his apartment. I'm his fiance. And I went there and all my stuff's there and the doors are locked. If you could just give me a call back and let me know what's going on with me being able to get my things from the apartment, that would be great. Thank you so much, Blake. Bye.
In that phone call, did she ever identify anything having happened to Joey?
No.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about Sam's phone. At first, when you were at the scene of Joey's apartment, was her phone located?
No.
Was it located at Veterans Village?
No.
Was it located in her car? No. So how did you find, how did it come to you to figure out how, let me ask that differently. How did you find her phone?
So on July 25th, I had a voicemail on my desk phone, and so I went to listen to it, and our voicemail system identifies like the phone number that called. So it kind of gives you like a date, and then from whatever number, or if it's an internal call, maybe a name, and then it gives you the message. And so as I started listening to that message, it identified the phone number that the message had come from as 715-451-7564, and or 7546. And I recognized immediately that it was Samantha's phone number. And at that time, I knew that she was, had been apprehended on the 22nd. And then the voicemail message was from John Pfeffer.
Did you ask John Pfeffer, did you make contact with him?
Yes, so in the message, he requested a callback on an internet phone number. So I called him back on that internet phone number that he requested the call back on.
And did he come down to the police department to meet with you?
He did later that afternoon.
And describe what happened then.
So I began talking with John, and as we were speaking with him, I should say myself and Sergeant Riddle went out to meet with him, and we met in a lobby interview room, and as I was speaking with John, Sergeant Riddle dialed Samantha Krebs' phone number, and the phone began ringing on the table.
And did you identify then that was Sam's number and ask for that?
The phone was then seized as a piece of evidence, yes.
Okay. When that happened, let me ask this. Did you learn during the investigation that Sam was using Jeff Hayes' phone?
Yes.
And was there a Facebook message to an individual identified as Caitlin Fonder?
Yes.
I'd like to approach with Exhibit 49. And I'd ask that we publish that. Can you tell me what Exhibit 49 says and what you looked at?
Yes, so Exhibit 49 is a screenshot of a Facebook Messenger conversation between Jeff Hayes, and this was a screenshot from Caitlin Fonder's phone. There's a message that shows as July 21st, 2024 at 12:17 p.m. And the message from the Jeff Hayes account reads, "Hey, it's me, Sam. I accidentally ran my phone over, so I borrowed Jeff's for a sec."
And was that interesting to you because of what it said?
Yes. At the time that this message was collected, we had Samantha's phone, so I was well aware that it had not been run over, and that this was a deceptive statement.
And did you ultimately learn that John Pfeffer had picked up her phone at Jeff Hayes's on Friday the 19th, so 2 days before this voicemail?
Yes.
Were you able to look at the download of Sam's phone and determine whether or not there had been a factory reset done?
I was able to determine that, and there was.
Okay, and then what time and date was that?
The factory reset, I believe, was on July 19th, 2024 at 8:26:46 p.m.
Did you learn that there was a voicemail that Joey had left to Sam on or around June 13th of 2024?
Yes, that was on her phone.
And what was that? What was the content of that voicemail?
Generally, I found the voicemail to be very loving in nature from Joey, very positive.
Now, looking at Sam's Facebook, were you able to determine her last location on the mobile device?
So we were able to obtain records from Facebook, and the records included a last location of the mobile device.
And where was that?
It was on July 18th of 2024 at 9:52:17 p.m. And it put it at, it gave coordinates, and I was able to put those coordinates into Google Maps and found that it put it basically on top of the apartment building with an accuracy of about just over 7 meters or about 25 feet.
All right. Then that was at July 18th that evening.
Correct. That was shortly before the individual was seen exiting the apartment complex.
I'd like to direct your attention to the time that you had John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland down at the police department the night that this happened. Do you remember that time period?
I do.
And there was a period of time where they were each individually interviewed and then interviewed together. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, when John was done being interviewed at that first section, we had watched a video of him where you're talking to him. Can you describe what was happening that led up to that?
Yes. So Mr. Pfeffer wanted to leave, and so we were walking him out of the police department, and we were going to have him exit, and then that interaction took place, probably within 20 feet or so of the door to our lobby. He stopped, and then we had that interaction.
Do you recall that he had a bottle of soda with him?
Yes.
And at some point in time, and perhaps you heard it when he was testifying, was there an issue about him having some diabetic issue that he had with his sugars?
Yes, there was some concern over his blood sugar.
Okay, if we can look at Exhibit 1 under John Pfeffer, it's video 4 with Pfeffer's concerns. If we could just pull that up.
It just takes a little bit of time.
I can't think.
Again, we don't want to talk to you. We don't want to ask you anything.
I want to, I need time to think. I know what I want to say, but I don't know that I can.
Just take a breath. Yeah, you're okay. Breath.
I want to go, but I want you to tell Christy where I am, or how to get a hold of me. She's my only concern. His killer is also a very big concern. Very big. And I want to... Fuck.
Now, this portion of the video when he's leaving, how would you describe his demeanor?
Conflicted.
Okay. Prior to that in the evening, had other members of the police department made sure that he got help related to his blood sugars and his diabetic situation?
Yes, during one of the time periods where Sergeant Riddle and I were not with him, there were other officers that are in that area, and Gold Cross ambulance had responded to the police department to address any blood sugar concerns. And then at this point, he has a piece of string cheese and a soda.
So he was stable. There were no concerns with his health at that point in time that you were aware of?
I mean, all I can say is he was evaluated by Gold Cross.
But with you, no.
I had no concerns, no.
Okay. Now, there's another video that we watched, and I just want to provide some clarification to it, where John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland are in the family room of the Appleton Police Department. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. If I put up on Exhibit 1 under John Pfeffer with John and Christy at APD, I just want to clarify something regarding this. If you can pause it. I believe this video is about 59 seconds. It looks on at the VLC. It's number 6, John and Christy at APD. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, I just want to clarify. This particular video, is that at John or Christy's house or at the Appleton Police Department?
This is a room at the Appleton Police Department.
Can you describe what kind of room this is?
So again, it's referred to as our family room. We have all kinds of different situations that we encounter throughout our calls for service and our investigations. And so we have, I guess, different style rooms that are set up. And sometimes we have to meet with perhaps more than one person, or there may be a multidisciplinary team. We might have child protection, things like that involved in something. And so this offers for some more comfortable seating, or potentially some longer, for times when people are at the police department for a longer period of time, where just sitting in a chair may not be comfortable, and it allows them to be a little bit more comfortable.
And does it also have, like, kind of on the lower bottom, kind of toys and different things if there's children that are involved in a particular situation, or if you're trying to talk to a parent while they have a child there?
Yeah, this room is set up with, like, books, and I believe right on the right side of the screen, there's a TV there. And then at the very top in the center of the screen, this room has its own bathroom. So people have access to a bathroom at all times without having to leave that room or being escorted anywhere.
Thank you. I'm going to approach you with Exhibit 303 and 304. And I think these are the last exhibits we have to go through with you. If you could look at, we're going to do 304 first. Can you look at that, please?
Okay,
Are you familiar with Exhibit 304?
I am.
When you started your testimony, you talked about the importance of developing a timeline. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Is that something that became very important in this particular case?
yes.
And can you tell me what Exhibit 304 is?
Exhibit 304 is essentially a spreadsheet of some of the important times. It's a timeline of some of the more significant events or relevant events that we found in this investigation.
Does it list every single thing that happened?
No.
So does it start, where does it start?
It starts at 9:37 p.m. with a Snapchat message from Joey's account to another individual.
And when does it end?
The final entry is Samantha Krebs being taken into custody at 2:30 on July 22nd.
And these entries that are on this timeline are those entries that have been testified to during the course of trial?
Yes.
Thank you. I then would move to Exhibit 303. And before we publish it, I want to talk through it a little bit. What is 303?
303 is an exhibit that essentially, it's looking at different pieces of evidence or information obtained in this investigation, and essentially noting the difference between whether or not that piece of information would indicate that Samantha was at the scene of the stabbing, or whether or not she was not present at the scene of the stabbing.
Okay, and was it important for you to determine and to investigate whether or not she was in fact there?
Yes.
Okay, if we could look at Exhibit 303, I believe it is. And just for the record, for the court reporter, 303 is actually slide 202 on the PowerPoint, just due to the numbering system. So if we can look at 303, can you walk us through what this says?
Sure. So at the top, it just poses the question, is Samantha present at the stabbing scene? And then it has a list of pieces of evidence, generally in chronological order, and just helps understand what position those pieces of evidence would have on that question. So the first item in the list is the Wisconsin State Crime Lab video, which is the veterinary clinic video with audio, which is captured, I guess, the time of the audio. So that applies to both of those, is July 18th, 2024 at 9:46:37 p.m. And that indicates that, yes, she was there. Samantha Krebs' mobile device Facebook location is July 18th, 2024 at 9:52:17 p.m. And that indicates that, yes, she was there. The 911 call audio, that call is generated on July 18th, 2024 at 9:54:08. And that call, the information in that would indicate that she was not there. There's traffic camera of Krebs' vehicle fleeing the scene. That is generally on July 18th, 2024 from 9:54 to 9:57 p.m. And that would indicate that she was there. The next item is Krebs' Snapchat messages to Peyton Carnot, July 18th, 2024 at 10:14 to 10:15 p.m. And in those messages, they would indicate that she was not there. Then there's Krebs' phone call with Officer Felmer. That's July 18th, 2024 at 10:20 p.m. And in that call, the indication was that she was not there. And then the Pfeffer and Cleland statements given at APD are July 18th of 24 into July 19th of 24, and those were both. We had statements that she was not there and statements that she was there related to those. The next item is Krebs' Snapchat message to Joseph Carnot that was sent on July 19th of 2024 at 8:51:04 a.m. And that message would suggest that she was not there. The Krebs call with her mom saying that she was never there, that occurred on November 1st of 2024 at 5:06 p.m. And in that call, the statement is that she was not there. And the Krebs call with her mom saying her car had no stickers on November 6th, 2024 at 6:39 p.m. And again, not associating with that vehicle would suggest that she was not there based on the statements in that call.
So the yes indication is in green, right?
Correct.
So as we look through the yes, the top three yeses, we have the crime lab video, the vet clinic video, her mobile device Facebook location, and the traffic camera. Are either of those three items things that she had the ability or control to change?
No.
The 911 call, that was made by John Pfeffer. What about that?
So, I mean, he states that Joey was there alone, and also brings up in that call the reference to falling on a knife, which is what we hear in the recording.
From Sam?
Correct.
And then the other yes that we have farther down is John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland as they're changing their statements based upon John's relationship with Sam. Is that where we have that yes/no?
Yeah, the other yes would be kind of that, I guess I would refer to like our final interview with them at the PD when they indicated that she was there.
So in all of the other no's, are those things that she was specifically actively changing or having conversations about not being there?
Yes.
And under her control?
Yes.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Detective Kuether, we're going to have you direct your attention over to Ms. Rock to start the cross-examination. Go ahead, Ms. Rock.
Detective or investigator?
You pick.
Okay, Detective Kuether, I want to first talk about the November 6th call that we heard about where Samantha's talking to her mother about there being no stickers on the car. That call was in fact on November 6th of 2024, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been after there were some hearings in this matter, correct?
Correct.
And during that call, Samantha never says that she wasn't at the scene that night, is that correct?
No.
It's not correct, or she doesn't say it?
I
Sorry.
apologize. She did not use those words.
And she's simply referring to there being no proof that there had been stickers on her car.
Correct.
We talked a bit about this phone call that went to the corporate office, and I believe it was actually a voicemail that Samantha had left about her property. Do you recall that?
I do.
And that was on July 22nd of 2024, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So that call would have been made after John Pfeffer had her cell phone.
Yes.
And the number that it went to was to the corporate office, is that right?
Yes.
And that is the phone number that would come up if somebody were to Google that apartment complex.
I guess I've never done that, so I don't know.
And in that voicemail, Samantha had indicated that she had actually been to the apartment that day, is that correct?
She indicated the locks were changed, looking for property.
Now, we watched a lot of video clips from this surveillance video that was at the veteran's apartment. You recall that?
I do.
There was a lot more video that you obtained, correct?
Absolutely.
And a lot more video that you reviewed.
Yes.
And fair to say that there's numerous other occasions where Samantha is outside, whether kind of walking around or in that smoke shack, other than what we just saw on video today.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Just brief follow-up, Judge.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ultimately, through the investigation, we saw that there was, in fact, proof of stickers on her car through the Veterans Village video and through Flock.
Yes.
And you were asked about if she was calling because the doors were locked on Joey's apartment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So if she would have went there, would the sign outside the apartment have given Kelly's phone number that she could have called while she was there?
Yes.
And did Kelly live on the general property area right there as well?
That was my understanding. Yes.
So she could have met up with Kelly then?
Presumably.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. You can hand the exhibits to the bailiff. He'll get them over to the clerk, and you can go back to your table, and we'll take a break. And it's about 2:32. We'll be back in by 2:50, so about 18-minute break, and then we'll give you an update as to what's next. Okay, all rise for the jury. Okay, you can have a seat. We're going to stay on the record. All right, before we take the break for the attorneys and everybody else, just want to confirm any exhibits that have been referenced and not offered and received. So if the deputy clerks can look at their log of exhibits marked and received, are there any that are listed as not received, just so we can ask the state about that? While the clerk's double checking that, defense counsel, either Mr. Aubert or Ms. Rock, in your notes, is there any exhibits that the state has marked and presented to witnesses and offered that you object to beyond anything you've already objected to previously?
No.
So nothing came up with Detective Kuether that you were objecting to, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so any exhibits identified during Kuether's testimony is received. All right, so are there any that are open and not offered? Okay, the clerk says all that are marked and identified have been received. I think there were some that were pre-marked that may not have been used, but you can double check that. It might be very few.
So just for the court's record as well, Attorney Grody is just confirming everything is on Exhibit 1, and then we're going to provide that to the clerk as well and have that received if it hasn't already been received.
Minutes should reflect that at the beginning of the case, Exhibit 1 was identified as a computer jump drive. There were various audio segments on that. All that have been played in court, the court has ruled on and received. There were some calls and we had some rulings outside the presence of the jury, including one segment that involved a video jail call, and we excluded that. And then the updated version, even with just the audio, the court also excluded that. There may have been a few others that I excluded, but the vast majority have been received and mentioned to the jury. All right, procedure-wise, what's the state going to do next?
So with confirmation of all the exhibits taken care of, I think the court read a good chunk of the stipulations the other day. I don't know if we, instead of reading them all specifically, if we're categorically able to tell the jury that all the evidence that has come in, there's been no challenge to the veracity of it, that it is what it purports to be, et cetera, from that standpoint, or the court wants to read the stipulations. But beyond that, the state would then rest.
All right, regarding the stipulations, court somewhat cut and pasted it into one document. I'm going to print off what it looks like. I can summarize that to the jury. That can also be attached to the exhibit list. So let me just give you that in a second. Each table will get two. It's just the documents created by the attorneys. Doesn't have the caption of the case with the case number. Just summarizes the stipulations. There was reference to a video call that's blacked out, and then the word jail was also blacked out. So I don't need a final answer now, but that would be the summary. If I was going to attach something to the exhibit list so the jury knows the stipulations in writing, these would be the 18 items of stipulation. So at least from first glance, any problem with that, Ms. Rock?
No.
And from the state's first review of that kind of merged, cut and pasted single-page document, any initial problems with if that goes back to the jury with the exhibit list?
Nothing from me.
All right, so the state's okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're going to have a break, then the defense can let us know if they're going to call any witnesses. Obviously, they don't have to. They don't have the burden of proof, but at some point, the court does have to address the defendant on her decision whether to testify or not and go through the special materials. Do you want to do that before the break or after the break, Ms. Rock?
After, please.
Okay. So for the people in court, we'll do about a 15-minute break, and then we'll let the jurors know that they'll be called back in maybe closer to 3. You can let them know 3 o'clock roughly. Okay, we're on break.
No way. Not interested. I agree.
Well, that's when you said that, I'm like.
No. I don't, but I also just wouldn't do that. I don't think so.
You put on this one 401. Court's back on the record on State versus Samantha Krebs. This is Branch 6 for Outagamie County Circuit Court, State of Wisconsin. This is day 5 of our jury trial. When the jurors come back out, we'll have the state formally rest. At that point, the defense decides whether they want to call any witnesses or not. Under the law, they're not obligated to, because in Wisconsin law, and obviously in other jurisdictions, the burden of proof is obviously on the state, the prosecuting unit. At this point, I'm going to inquire with defense counsel whether that's Mr. Aubert or Ms. Rock. Do you plan to call some witnesses?
We plan to call Samantha.
Okay. All right. What the court's going to do is take the defendant through SM 28. She's been given a copy of that. It's Exhibit 401. And, SM 28 is marked as Exhibit 401. It's a court's exhibit for purposes of this hearing, for this trial. Ms. Krebs, have you had a chance to look at Exhibit 401?
Yes, Your Honor.
And regarding Exhibit 401, the court, regardless of whether a party to the action, defendant, decides to testify or not testify, the judge has to take that party through this inquiry under SM-28. You've already read through that document a few times, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If at any point you're confused by any of my questions, you can take a break and talk to your lawyer or lawyers at your convenience. The court's going to inquire first. Question is, do you understand you have a constitutional right to testify? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand that you also have a constitutional right not to testify? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that that ultimate decision whether to testify or not is for you to make? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone made any threats or promises to you to influence your decision to testify or not?
No, Your Honor.
Have you discussed your decision whether or not to testify with your lawyers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you made a final decision regarding whether you're going to testify or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that decision?
To testify, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to have you tilt the microphone over towards your lawyer. Attorney Rock, have you had sufficient opportunity on your own and also with any help from Attorney Aubert to thoroughly discuss this case and your client's decision whether to testify or not?
Yes, sir.
And after consulting with the client and your co-counsel, are you satisfied that the defendant, Ms. Krebs, is making her decision to testify knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
All right. Is there anything you want to add, Mr. Aubert? All right. All right, you can tilt the microphone back towards your client. Ms. Krebs, based on hearing your lawyer's answers to the court's questions, do you agree with her answers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you need anything clarified from me?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Do you understand that when you testify, you'll be doing that up on the witness stand, so we would have you go up to the witness stand and take an oath, and all your answers would need to be truthful. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has your lawyer prepped you under section 906.09, that at some point, whether on direct exam or cross-examination, you have to acknowledge a certain number of convictions. Parties aren't necessarily allowed to get into the type and the timing of those, but do you understand that there was a pretrial ruling for witnesses and the defendant under 906.09 regarding convictions?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
And the attorneys can remind me of what the number is.
I think that's right, but I'm gonna bring it up just one sec. Yes, 14.
All right, the pretrial ruling was that the witness or the defendant, if she testifies that she could be asked if she's ever been convicted of a crime, she has to indicate yes. And the ruling on the number, whether it's slightly more in reality, but based on the court's ruling on the stipulation of the attorneys as to the timing of the convictions, the number would be 14. Is that correct, Ms. Rock?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And Ms. Krebs, you understand that's the number?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so as long as you answer those questions yes and 14, then the district attorney or any other attorney cannot inquire further on those. You understand that?
Yes.
As you reflect on your decision to testify, can you think of any other reason or any reason whatsoever that indicates to you that your decision is being made based on threat or undue influence?
No, Your Honor.
You're making that decision of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
On any of your prior case experience, did you go to trial and testify?
No, Your Honor.
All your other cases were resolved short of trial?
Yes.
All right. All right. You are 40 years old at this time, is that correct?
Correct.
How far did you go in school?
I graduated high school.
All right, and what kind of work have you done over the years as an adult?
I went to Mid-State and got my nail tech degree. And I did landscaping. I did in-home care for quadriplegic. I've done, worked in an elderly home as a med passer. I've worked in clothing stores. I've even roofed for a summer.
Okay.
All over the board, so.
Based on your education and your work history, you can clearly read, write, and understand the English language?
That is correct, sir.
Have you been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
Yes, anxiety.
Any cognitive issues that have been diagnosed over the years for you?
None.
As you sit here today, are you under the influence of any alcohol, medications, or controlled substances?
No, Your Honor.
Are you supposed to be taking any prescriptions?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that?
Clonidine for my blood pressure.
Okay. Anything related to cognitive issues or mental health issues?
I'm on Effexor for anxiety.
All right. And have you taken that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there any side effects from the medications you do take for the conditions you've described?
No, Your Honor.
Can you think of any reason that any substance, including prescribed medication, would be affecting your decision today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you agree that your decision to testify is freely and voluntarily and intelligently made?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. The court's going to make the finding that Ms. Krebs' decision to testify is made freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. The court, when we bring the jury back in, will she be your first witness?
She will.
Okay. All right. So kind of indicated to the jurors we're going to go to around 4 o'clock today. It's probably going to be longer. So I'll give them a heads up that talk to the lawyers. We're going to go probably a little longer than 4 o'clock today, but they may limit some of the timing of their work tomorrow and subsequent days. So just say that we've rethought the position, and in the end, the judge said we're going to stay longer than 4 today. Anything else the the state needs to put on the record? All right. I'm going to give you 10 more minutes just to get organized before we start up again.
Judge, I have one request. The essential like leg brace that Ms. Krebs is wearing per the sheriff's department really prevents her from walking normally. I'm wondering if it's going to be at all possible for her to already be in the witness box.
Right, that is possible. So we'll discuss the logistics of it. I'm going to take 10 minutes. I'm just going to tell the bailiffs that to relay the message that we had to take up some legal things. In the end, we're going to be past 4 o'clock today, but I'll give them some clarity on that when they're back out. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, so let's reconvene in 10 minutes, and then we'll talk about her positioning herself on the witness stand. I think I will tell them that the part of the reason we're taking a little bit longer is that the state's going to rest, and we'll formally put that on the record. So I'll have that pass through the bailiff just generically, but explain the details of that so they're not surprised on that transition.
Very good.
Okay, we're in adjournment for about another 10 minutes.
Yeah, can you check to see if your name are on there? Because I'm pretty sure those are the calls with Jeff that being accepted. Those are the ones that Jeff was like, no. Because if they are, then
All right, we're back on the record on State versus Krebs. When the jury comes out, the state will rest, and then we'll go right into the defense case. So with Rachel's assistance, your client can come up front, but then we'll have Rachel go back to her seat, the deputy, Rachel. So Rachel, if you want to assist the defendant, you can have a seat up at the witness stand.
Probably not the best.
I'm gonna drop that.
All right, you can have a seat, Ms. Krebs.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, when the jury comes out, you should stand, and then then you can sit when I give the chance for the state to rest, and then you'll stand again to get sworn in, and then I'll give you the same instructions I gave the other witnesses. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else before we bring the jury back out from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No.
Okay, you can bring the jury out. Okay, all rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. Back on the record in the courtroom, State of Wisconsin versus Samantha Krebs. All the appearances are the same. And at this point, is the state going to call any other witnesses?
Rest, and I believe all of the exhibits have been received by the court, and then we also discussed the additional stipulations regarding the evidence.
Okay, and then the defense is now available to call their witnesses, and who's your first witness?
Samantha Krebs.
Okay, we'll have Ms. Krebs stand and face my direction and raise her right hand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please take a seat. Spell your name for the record.
Samantha Krebs, SAMANTHAKREBS.
Okay, Ms. Krebs, similar to some of the things I've told the earlier witnesses, I'm going to go through the same with you. You're obviously a witness here under oath, so you're going to get questions from first your counsel and then from one of the prosecutors. We're not in a hurry. Take your time. Whether we get through your testimony this afternoon or if it spills over to tomorrow, don't worry about that. We've got plenty of time, and we don't want to be in a hurry. So don't feel rushed in any way. When you get a question, listen closely to the question. Make sure that it's fully out before you answer. When you get the question, only answer within the scope of the question. Don't volunteer anything extra. If the attorneys on either side want anything extra, they'll ask you a follow-up question. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. As I mentioned to the other witnesses, the chair you're on is on wheels, so you can move back and forth to stay close to the mic as needed. The mic is flexible, just like mine. As you kind of notice at times, sometimes there's a little pause if you drift away from it, or if you can't hear your voice project through the mic, through the sound system, you may have to repeat your answers. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If at any point there's an objection, hold off on your answer until I rule on the objection. How I rule on the objection may dictate whether or not you have to answer or not. At any point, if you need any additional water beyond the bottle of water you already have, the bailiff to your right, who will be back in his seat soon, will give you an extra bottle of water as needed. He'll bring that over to you. The notice during some witnesses, they were presented with documents or sometimes recordings were played during their testimony to refresh their recollection and remind them of maybe some things that happened months or years ago. Not sure if that's going to happen during your testimony, but if it does, when something's presented to you, take your time and review it, whether it's a document or of audio or video. And then the attorney is supposed to follow up and ask you if that refreshes your recollection. So don't read anything out loud off the documents unless the judge directs you to do so. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All your answers need to be verbal, not any shaking of the heads or nodding of the heads. And do you have any questions for me?
Not at this time, sir.
All right, so I'm going to have you direct your attention over towards Ms. Rock. That's where we're going to start with, at least to start the afternoon. And then at some point, I'll have you direct your attention over to the prosecutor's table. Okay, Ms. Rock, go ahead with the witness, Samantha Krebs.
Thank you. Samantha, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
We've heard a lot throughout trial talk about methamphetamine and drug use. It's true that you are an addict?
That is correct.
And have you struggled with addiction for some time?
That is correct.
What has been your drug of choice?
Methamphetamine.
And we've heard a lot about Joseph Carnot.
That is correct.
And you knew Joey, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us, if you recall, when about you first met Joey?
June of 2023.
And you developed more than just a friendship with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
You eventually were his fiance.
That is correct.
And your relationship with Joey, was it always good?
No.
We've heard that you've struggled with addiction. Did Joey have those same issues?
That is correct.
Throughout the time of your relationship, were you struggling with addiction?
On and off, yes.
And what about Joey?
Same.
Were you aware of what Joey's drug of choice would be?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was methamphetamine.
Were there often times where the two of you would use together?
Yes.
And were there times where the two of you would use separately?
Yes.
At some point, did you move in with Joey?
Yes.
When was that?
Like a year and 6 months ago? Or 6 months before the incident?
So fair to say beginning of 2024?
Correct.
And if you recall, when did you and Joey become engaged?
I would say after like 7 months of being together.
So prior to you moving in?
Yes.
And when we say you were living together, that's at the apartment, this apartment 5 that we've heard a lot about, is that right?
That is correct.
We've heard that Joey had a son. Are you familiar with him?
Yes, he had a little boy named Kaysen.
And were there times where you would spend time with Kaysen?
Yeah, I loved Kaysen.
And Kaysen was important to Joey?
Very important.
Was it your intention on being a family with Joey and Kaysen?
Yes.
After you had moved in with Joey, or really at any time, did there begin to have issues with Joey and his custody with Kaysen?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. At some point in your relationship with Joey, were you aware that there were issues with his custody of Kaysen?
Yes.
Can you kind of tell the jury about those issues?
Yes. Joey was going kind of from job to job because he was struggling with addiction, and his mother of his child, Brittany Hippis, she decided to take him to court for custody.
Joey was upset by that?
Perry.
Were you upset by that?
Perry.
Now, you've talked about how Joey was struggling with addiction, and so are you. We've heard that you were on probation at this time. Is that true?
That is true.
And have you been convicted of a crime?
Yes, 14.
And so you were on probation in July of 2024, is that right?
Correct.
Specifically, on the night of July 18th of 2024, you were on probation.
That is correct.
And were you using around that time frame? So let's focus on July of 2024.
Yes.
What about Joey?
Yes.
You were aware also that in addition to struggling with addiction, Joey had some mental health concerns, is that correct?
Yes.
You were aware of his diagnoses?
Yes.
And what were you aware of those to be?
He had ADHD, childhood trauma. He had major brain injury, and also bipolar, manic, and depression, anxiety.
And as part of being in your relationship with Joey, did you witness him struggling with those issues?
Yes.
What types of things did you witness?
I would witness him use and then become delusional, or say and do things that he didn't mean. Like, he would definitely take it out on his mother, I would say.
When he was delusional?
Yeah, if he would be on the phone with her, he would say things that later on we discussed that we had no idea what he was talking about.
And were there times where you were aware of Joey being delusional and the police actually being called?
Yes, we were at a motel in Wisconsin Rapids.
When was this?
It was in the summer,
Of which year?
2024.
Do you think it was pretty close in time to the night at issue here?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you recall about that incident?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think this is beyond the scope of the trial that we're on.
All right, I'll visit the attorneys at sidebar, so the jurors can stand and stretch while I visit with the attorneys at sidebar.
So sometime before the incident, you said you believed it was in summer of 2024, there was an incident at a hotel, is that correct?
That is correct.
And during that incident, you were able to observe Joey acting delusional, is that fair?
Yes.
And he was knocking on different hotel room doors and ultimately jumped over the front desk, is that right?
Yes.
And that odd behavior, that delusional behavior from Joey continued after the hotel, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, Joey had gone to your grandmother's residence, is that right?
That is correct.
And you were aware of him acting delusional at that point in time as well?
Correct.
And in fact, after that incident at your grandmother's house, your family had some concerns about Joey's mental health, is that correct?
That is correct.
And after that, your mother actually would not allow him to come inside her home any longer, is that right?
That's right.
And this was within a short period of time frame from when Joey ultimately died, is that correct?
Yeah, just adjust your microphone a little bit.
That is correct.
Around the time frame that these incidents are happening where you're witnessing Joey be delusional, he's also consuming methamphetamine on and off, is that right?
Yes.
And he has finally sought help through the VA, is that correct?
Yes.
You were aware of that?
Yes.
And were you in support of that?
Yes.
And some of Joey's closest friends were aware of that as well, is that right?
Correct.
One of the close friends that you and Joey would often spend time with was Jeffrey Hayes.
Yes.
Can we just have direct questions, not leading questions now?
All right, if that's an objection, it's sustained.
Was Jeffrey Hayes both of your friends?
Yes.
When did you meet Jeffrey?
I'd say like a month after I moved into Joey's.
So somewhere near the beginning of 2024?
Yes.
And were you with Joey when you met Jeff?
Met Jeff and he came over and then Joey met him that same day after work.
And is it fair to say that the three of you developed a pretty good friendship?
Yes, we were all close.
And how often would the three of you spend time together?
Every day.
Do you know when Joey first started seeking help through the VA?
He had told me about seeking help through the VA for his flat feet pain from the military. And then closer to the incident, he was seeking help for mental health and childhood trauma.
And as part of that help, you were aware that he was put on medications, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And as his fiance, would you ever help remind him about his medications?
All the time.
And were there times where you were aware that he was not taking his medications?
Yes, they were coming in the mail. And so when they didn't show up in the mail, me and Jeffrey Hayes went to the VA and got him for him while he was at work.
Were you aware of whether in the days leading up to the incident, if Joey was taking his medication?
No, he wasn't.
Do you know how many days that had been for?
I'd say at least 72 hours.
In the days leading up to the incident, are you regularly consuming meth?
Yes.
And are you aware if during the days leading up to the incident, Joey was regularly consuming meth?
Yes.
Was that something that the two of you were doing together at that time?
Yes, we were.
At the time of the incident, what was the custody status that you were aware of that Joey had with Kaysen?
He was supposed to see him every Wednesday and every other weekend.
Was that happening?
No, she had stopped all visits despite the court order.
Were you aware of there being any upcoming court hearing to address the custody issue?
Yes, we were getting ready for a custody hearing.
Do you recall when that hearing was supposed to take place?
I had bought an address already, so I figured it was within a week or two.
Now, Samantha, I want to talk about July 18th of 2024, okay?
Okay.
I want you to start by walking us through what you recall taking place that day.
I remember Joey being at work. He hadn't slept the night before. He had been up all night and went to work anyways. Our friend John, Joey called Johnny Boy, was over at our apartment. He was from Wisconsin Rapids. He was over waiting for Joey to get done with work so that he could talk to him about these speakers or speaker amp that John wanted to buy from Joey. And we had gone to the gas station.
We being who?
Me and John.
Okay.
And when we returned, Joey was home finally.
Do you have any idea as to what time that might have been around?
No.
Are we talking morning time, afternoon?
I would say late afternoon, early evening.
Okay, so you and your friend John get to the residence and Joey's there, is that right?
That is correct.
What happens next?
We consume some methamphetamine.
Who was consuming meth?
Me, John, and Joey.
And what happens after that?
Joey was starting to get really irritable because he wanted more. John had left at that point, and Joey went into the bedroom. I remember our friend that usually stopped by, so it wasn't a weird occurrence. His name was Chong. He stopped by, and Joey was repeatedly asking him if he could purchase some more meth from him.
So at this point in time now, your friend John has left, and it's you, Joey, and Chong at the apartment.
Correct.
If you know or have an idea about what time is it at this point?
I think it's around supper time.
And at this point in time, or do you recall when you would have first spoken to John Pfeffer on that day?
I had talked to John earlier that day.
And at this point in time, John Pfeffer is a friend of yours, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Was he also a friend of Joey's?
Yes.
The three of you would often hang out together, is that right?
Yes.
Was that primarily to use drugs?
Yes.
So you spoke to John Pfeffer earlier in the day on July 18th, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that point in time, what are you talking to him for?
We made plans for him and this girl he was picking up, I think around Hancock, he said. He said he on again, off again had dated her, and I said I didn't want to meet anybody new. And he insisted that I meet her, that she's a good person. And I said, okay, bring her over. We could play some cards.
So now let's fast forward to this time where it's you, Joey, and Chong. Tell us what happens.
So I think Joey was on the phone with his uncle, or I'm not sure if he purchased some meth before he got on the phone with his uncle, or if he talked to his uncle and then purchased the meth. I'm not sure how that went. But he started in on texting me weird things.
So you are both in the apartment?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
And he secludes himself in the bedroom.
And just a reminder, Samantha, you have to say yes, not mm-hmm, okay?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So, and I'm sorry, so Joey's in the bedroom?
Yes. He gets really paranoid when he gets high, so he automatically thinks that people are trying to set him up.
And so if Joey's in the bedroom, where are you?
I'm in the living room telling Chong that he probably should leave.
And did he leave?
Yes, he did.
So at that point in time, it's just you and Joey at the apartment?
Yes.
Do you have an idea as to what time it might be about now?
It's getting to be dark.
Did you have an idea as to what time John Pfeffer might be showing up at your apartment?
He said he was gonna come over, but he always takes the scenic route,
So he's always a bit later than expected?
always.
So on this evening now, Joey is texting you from inside of the bedroom. What happens next?
Basically, he was texting me that he wanted me to split, I think, he kept saying a bowl and split, and I was confused by that. So I asked him what he meant. He wanted some of my prescription Suboxone, and he would often, if I didn't give it to him, he would just steal it from me anyways. So
Where did you keep your prescriptions?
under my side of the bed.
So in the bedroom that Joey was in?
Yes.
And so you're still in the living room, is that right?
Yes.
And fair to say you don't know what Joey was doing inside of the bedroom,
No.
besides texting you some things?
Yes.
Tell us what happens next.
So he comes out of the bedroom and he's obviously high. He's really super hyper at this point. And he was saying how he's gonna go to the bar to meet Ba, which I think he says when he's actually gonna go receive Ba's pee so that he can pass a UA. And then he was gonna go do something and give his Uncle John a ride.
Did you want him to meet up with his uncle?
I told him that I thought it was a bad idea that he leaves the apartment with the state he was in.
And what is your main concern at this point in time?
The hearing coming up for custody.
So you were concerned about Joey maybe losing custody if he did something stupid?
Yes.
Do you tell that to Joey?
Yes.
And then what happens after that?
John calls and he tells him that he's not gonna meet up with him.
And we've got a lot of Johns involved here, so when you say John calls.
John Carnot.
And that would be his uncle?
His uncle.
Okay, and just so we're all clear, so John the uncle calls and Joey says he's not going to meet up with him?
That's correct.
Okay, so what happens next?
So I was in the bathroom and Joey burst in and kind of like startled me, pushed me back a little bit, and I was always knocking over this waist-high shelf. I just put it in a bad spot. And he was saying things like accusing me of using without him and that he thought I had drugs stashed somewhere in the bathroom. And I was like, that's not true. You're the one that has the drugs right now, you know? And he's like, well, I have to use the bathroom. So I was proceeding to leave the bathroom. And I was like, wait, I need to grab my phone. And he already had slammed the door and my hand kind of caught in between the door and the door frame. It wasn't on purpose or anything, but.
Okay, so do you ultimately retrieve your phone?
Yes.
And what do you do next?
After I hear Joey start talking about his mom, which he usually brings up, this angel person that doesn't exist that I know about or have heard anything about. He is convinced that his mother has slept with this angel person and that is his real father, and he's really upset and emotional over the fact that his real dad isn't his real dad, and he goes into like this cycle.
So fair to say you were starting to observe behavior that you have observed in the past?
Yes.
And this would be the type of delusional behavior you would witness?
Yes.
And fair to say you would witness this when Joey was high?
Yes.
Would this type of behavior be more common when Joey was not on his prescriptions?
Yes.
So you start noticing this behavior, it's becoming obvious. What do you do next?
I go out in the living room and I sit on the couch. I try and call John Pfeffer about 4 times because I know he's on his way over. And I'm obviously not going to invite people over if Joey's acting this way. It's not going to end well. So I try calling him. I probably called him like 3 or 4 times.
Did you ever connect with him?
No, he never answered the phone.
And let me just ask you, Samantha, Joey's acted like this in the past, is that correct?
Yes.
Were there times where he would start acting like this and you would decide to leave the apartment?
Often.
And did you make that decision to do so that night?
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get a hold. Yes, that was why I was trying to get a hold of John Pfeiffer, because I was going to have him just pick me up instead of them come in.
So we know that you aren't able to get in touch with John Pfeffer at that point in time. What happens?
Joey carries on. I told him he should go in the kitchen and have some pizza, thinking maybe it would sober him up a little bit. He's continuing to talk about how he's going to lose this job. He talks a little bit about his childhood trauma that he had, and his fear of how the same trauma was being repeated to his son by his mother of his son's boyfriend. And so I was like, after I heard these same loops that he starts to go into, I know he's just going to get more agitated and more crazy. So I told him, Joey, I'm too tired for this today. I'm leaving. I'm going to go over to Jeff's. You can meet me over there if you decide that you're going to calm down, because I'm not dealing with this tonight. I've dealt with this over and over, and these psychosis or manics, whatever episodes that he would have, would last anywhere from 12 hours to 72 hours. And I was just at the point where I just separated myself from him at that point. I didn't know how to calm him down.
So at that point in time, Samantha, were you able to leave?
No, I was actually putting on my sandals when he threw something across the living room at me.
So you're in the living room at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay, where in the living room are you?
I'm sitting farthest on the couch, closest to the lamp, facing like where the TV would be.
And would that be farthest from the kitchen area?
Yes.
And where's Joey?
Joey's in the kitchen.
Okay, so you're putting on your shoes. Tell us what happens.
Joey told me that if I leave, that he's gonna kill himself. And after he threw the knife sheath, I was like determined to leave. But when I was gonna leave, he turned around and came into where I could see, because the kitchen is like half wall. He came into view and he was holding his side and he had blood between his fingers.
At that point in time, what do you do?
I'm like, oh my God, Joey, what did you do? And he's running towards the door at this point and then running back towards the sink. I didn't know if he was confused, if he wanted to run out to his car or rinse it off. I didn't know what kind of damage at this point. So I tell him to lay down, and he lays down with his head towards the sink, his feet towards the door, and I grab as much paper towel from underneath the sink and I start holding it on where I see is a cut.
And let's talk about that, Samantha. At that point in time, Joey's wearing a shirt, is that correct?
A blue shirt, yes.
What actually are you able to observe?
Just blood on the shirt.
Was it a lot of blood?
Yes.
Did it appear to be gushing out of him?
Yes.
And you have him on the ground, is that right?
Yes.
Are you actually able to observe the wound itself?
I actually didn't observe the wound yet, because right when I had him down and was holding pressure on it is when my door buzzer rang.
Okay. So you get Joey down on the ground and you're holding pressure. Your door buzzer goes off.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Why don't you call 911 at that point?
because John had gotten there, and I thought that when he buzzed the buzzer that he would be able to get him to the hospital faster.
Did you have your phone on your person?
No,
Did you know where it was at that point?
I think it was still in the living room.
And in order to buzz John into the apartment, what did you have to do?
I just have to hit a button by the door. So I hit the button and I opened the door and I went back to Joey.
Did you hold open the door and wait for John to get in?
No.
So you go right back to Joey?
Yes.
At that point in time, you said you saw a lot of blood. Is that fair?
Yes.
Are you concerned about his wound at that point?
Yes.
So why are you not calling 911 still?
John had came into the apartment and said, "Oh my God, Sam," on the recording. We all heard. He said that he should call the ambulance, and I told him to go ahead.
Now, I want to talk about this recording, Samantha. We've all heard it. Do you have any independent recollection as to what was specifically stated between you, John, and Christy that night?
My recollection was I was trying to keep Joey calm, so I was trying to speak to him in a very calming voice. John didn't know what had happened, and I was just trying to kind of see, like, in the hole of the shirt, like, how bad it was. I couldn't tell at that time how bad it was because all I could see was the outer. And I remember Christy getting down and saying, "I'll help, I'm a nurse." And so she started these extreme rubs that you would see on somebody doing to like a heroin overdose. And I was like, wait a minute, don't do that. You're probably gonna like hurt his cut more at that point. And I just remember John saying, "Is there drugs in the house?" And me having this realization, yes, there's drugs in the house. And he's like, "You need to get them out. You need to leave." And I just remember rushing as fast as I could into the bedroom and grabbing the drugs. And John was on his phone, John Pfeiffer. And I thought he was on the phone with the ambulance. And so I ran out of the house because he kept yelling at me, "You need to leave before we all get in trouble."
So let's break that down a little bit, Samantha. You said that you were trying to keep Joey calm. Is that right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
When you go to buzz John Pfeffer into the apartment, is Joey still awake?
Yes.
Is he still breathing?
Yes.
Was he talking to you at all?
No.
But you can see that he's still alive.
Yes.
And at that point, do you have any concern that this is a life or death situation?
No.
And what are you thinking at that point in time?
I'm thinking that the ambulance is going to show up and he's going to get stitched up and be in the hospital probably for a little while.
So when John first walks into the apartment, he says something, and you recall telling, or when John walks into the apartment, do you recall him saying he should call 911?
Yes.
And you told him to go ahead?
I said, go ahead.
And around that same time, Christy is doing something, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, are you still over Joey?
She had taken over the compressions.
Before she does, are you over Joey?
Yes.
And so when she goes to take over, you kind of tell her, hold on a minute, it's right here.
Yes.
Do you recall saying that you didn't believe it went through an organ?
From what I saw.
And so that's what you would have reported to Christy or to John?
I think both.
Now, you said that's when you hear John ask you about the drugs being in the apartment, is that right?
Yes.
When you remember that there's drugs in the apartment, what are you concerned about?
Joey losing his son, all of us being on probation, the cops coming into the apartment.
A lot of different things, fair to say?
A lot of different things, yes.
Now, you said your intention was to continue to keep Joey calm.
Yes.
And when you left the apartment, Joey was still breathing.
Yes, he seemed like he fainted, is what I thought. I'm not a nurse.
And at this point in time, are you aware of everything that Joey might have consumed as far as substances that night?
I know for sure he had Adderall in his system. I don't know how much. He always took more than he was supposed to. Meth, probably Suboxone.
But you weren't sure about that, is that correct?
Yeah, I wasn't.
You just had a concern that he may have.
Yes.
And when you've witnessed Joey take your Suboxone in the past, what really happens to him?
When Joey takes my Suboxone, he nods out like somebody would on an opiate.
Now, Samantha, the one other statement that we've heard a lot about is a statement of somebody on that recording stating, "What do we tell the cops that he just fell on a knife?" And those might not be the exact words, but do you recall hearing that?
I recall hearing that, yes.
Do you personally recall stating that on that night?
No.
If that was you that stated that, why do you think you would have said something like that?
Because the last thing I wanted to do is make Joey think that I was going to get him in any trouble, like where he get locked up,
What?
like in a mental facility.
So you had concerns that if you had reported what happened, Joey might have some type of consequence for it.
Yes, but then I changed what I said, and I told John Pfeffer to tell the police that he did stab himself.
And would you have said that right before you left, or when did you say that?
Yes, right before I left.
Now, before you leave the apartment, are you having any type of conversation with John Pfeffer where you are asking him to do anything for you?
No.
Did you know at that point in time that John Pfeffer was going to report to police that you had not been at the apartment?
No.
Was it ever your intention for him to do so?
No.
What was your intention by leaving the apartment that night?
My intentions were to get the drugs out of the house and then to call John's phone and meet Joey at the hospital.
Why did you think that Joey would be going to the hospital?
Because JP, should I just call him that? Is that okay?
That would be okay. So if you say JP, you are referring to John Pfeffer?
John Pfeffer.
Okay.
Because JP said that he was calling the ambulance.
And I just want to make sure that I heard you right. When you leave the apartment, you had seen JP on the phone with somebody.
Yes.
Did you know who he was on the phone with?
He told me the ambulance.
And that's what you believed?
Yeah, I trusted him.
Now, when you leave the apartment, where do you decide to go?
To Jeff's.
Why did you make that decision?
Because Jeff has been an advocate for Joey's mental health ever since they met, because they're both military.
Fair to say that you thought Jeff might understand what was happening?
Yes.
Did you go there with the intent to have Jeff cover anything up for you?
No.
Did you ever ask Jeff to cover anything up for you?
No.
When you first get to Jeff's house, or when you're going there, did you have any intention of staying there?
No.
What was your plan for that night?
That I was going to go meet Joey at the hospital.
Now, at some point after you leave the apartment, do you recall calling Joey?
Yes.
Now, if Joey was passed out on the floor, why did you call him?
I called his phone because I figured either JP or Christy would answer.
And did they?
No, nobody answered.
After you leave the apartment, you make other phone calls, is that correct?
I called Jeff.
Why did you call Jeff?
So that I wasn't like disturbing him, because I was coming over abruptly.
And was it common that you would do that?
Yes.
Would it be common that you would let Jeff know that?
Yes.
Now, Do you recall arriving at Jeff's place?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you did when you got there?
I told him that I had to tell him some pretty intense news, that we should talk inside, and then I don't remember what he said to me, but we walked inside.
So when you're outside of the apartment, are you sharing anything about what happened that night?
I might have told him that it was serious, it had to do with Joey.
But you had asked to go inside?
Yes.
And at some point when you are inside, do you make other phone calls?
Yes, I called JP
And why did you call JP?
because I wanted to see if Joey was on his way to the hospital.
And did you make a connection with JP?
Yes, he answered his phone.
And what did you learn during that phone call?
He told me that the police were at my house, the fire truck, the ambulance, the police officers were all there. He told me that he had told them that I was at my friend's house or on my way to my friend's house, that I hadn't been there.
Prior to talking with JP and him telling you that, did you have any idea that he was going to report that you were not there that night?
No.
At that point in time, are you also learning, or is there anything else you learned at that point in time?
No, he had to let me go because he said he was busy talking to the police officers.
So when JP tells you then that the police and the fire individuals are there, why do you not go back to the apartment?
I was waiting to see Joey at the hospital because JP told me that I would be the #1 suspect.
So at that point in time, you have some concerns,
I was terrified.
and you still believe that Joey's going to be at the hospital.
Yes.
Do you make any further phone calls after that?
Yeah, I called JP's phone again in a little while
What was the point of that phone call?
to see what was going on because I had no idea his state, what had happened.
And during that phone call, are you talking just to JP?
No, he hands his phone to Officer Felmer.
Did you know that it was Officer Felmer at the time?
He had stated his name, yes.
And we've heard that phone call. Do you recall hearing it?
Yes.
Do you recall the statements you made during it?
Yes.
During that phone call, you tell the officer that you weren't there that night, is that right?
That is true.
You tell him that you had actually left much earlier in the evening.
Yes, I made that up.
So you were lying to the police at that point.
Yes, I was.
Why?
I was following JP's lead because he had already told the officers.
And you learned that during that first phone call with him, right?
Yes.
You also, we've heard during that phone call that you are questioning the officer as to what kind of state Joey is in, is that right?
Yes.
And you asked the officer whether he had taken something?
Yes, I was referring to my Suboxone.
Why did you ask that, though, if you knew that Joey had stabbed himself?
I wanted to let them know without telling them, kind of like asking a rhetorical question, pretty much.
So is it fair to say that you had a concern about what he had taken?
Yeah, I know that Suboxone is an opiate blocker, so if they were trying to give him anything for the pain, it wouldn't have worked. If they were trying to keep him awake, that it would be harder because he would be on the opiate blocker.
Now, Samantha, do you remember hearing that call and there's a point in time where you audibly gasp?
Yeah, I was confused on what the officer had said. He said that I listened to it again, and he said that he had collapsed. But at the time of the phone call, I had 4 people in the background talking to me about everything going on, and I thought he said his lung collapsed.
So when you gasped, that's because you heard the officer say that Joey's lung collapsed.
Yeah,
And if that had happened, that would have been news to you,
yeah,
and it would have caused you some concern.
yes,
Now, we also hear you say in that phone call, or you ask the officer in that phone call if you should meet at the hospital.
yes.
Why are you asking him that?
So I could find out where Joey was.
Did you learn in that phone call what Joey's true state was at that point in time?
He wouldn't let me know, no.
Did you have any idea that Joey was facing a life and death situation at that point in time?
No.
At any point that night, Samantha, did you learn that Joey had passed?
No, we just kept calling all the hospitals.
So you were trying to find Joey.
Yeah, I had Chuck and Chris Putnam helping me.
And at any point in time, were you trying to find out more information from JP?
I think I might have called his phone, but no answer.
So after that phone call where you're passed over to the officer, did you have any further contact with JP that night?
No.
When was the next time that you saw him, if you recall?
He showed up at Jeff's house
When was that?
the next day.
We've seen as part of an exhibit, Samantha, a text conversation that you had with somebody named Peyton.
Yes.
Who is Peyton?
Peyton would be Joseph's cousin.
And in that conversation, are you telling Peyton the truth?
No.
Do you recall what you told him?
Something about a cut and Joey's state of mania and the cops being there.
You recall telling Peyton that Joey had been manic?
Yeah.
Do you recall telling Peyton that you had left because of that?
Yes.
And that you were told that he had cut himself? Does that sound right?
Yes, but that's not true.
So why did you tell Peyton those things?
I was under the influence, first of all, and second of all, I was following JP's lead on the lie that I wasn't there.
At that point in time, so going back to you get off the phone with Officer Felmer.
Yes.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that I'm just going to wait by my phone and either JP will get a hold of me and let me know or Joey will call me.
So you still think Joey's going to be okay? You're still trying to look out for him?
Yes.
Your main concern at that point in time is Joey's custody situation. Is that fair?
Yes. I just knew that if he lost his son, it would ruin him.
And is it fair to say that a secondary concern was your probationary status?
Definitely.
Were you concerned about having to report any type of police contact with your agent?
I was, yeah, that and having a dirty UA, yeah.
Was it your belief that if you reported police contact with your agent, you'd have to meet with her?
Yes.
And if you met with her, what did you think would happen?
Well, typically, if they don't know about a scenario, they have in the past put you on a hold while they investigate.
Were you also concerned that you would have to give a UA?
Yes.
And that would have tested positive?
Yes.
Which would have gotten you into trouble, is that fair?
Yes.
At that point, you'd also then have to report about drugs being in your apartment, is that right?
That's correct.
And part of your concern there was the impact that would have on Joey?
Yes.
Now, I want to be very clear. When you go to Jeff's apartment that night, are you asking anybody to help you?
No.
Specifically asking anybody to help you with covering anything up?
No. I might have mentioned that JP had, led me to lie to the police.
So you might have mentioned that JP had told the officers that you weren't there that night?
Correct.
And you had decided to go with that story?
Yes.
As of that time frame, so not thinking now, but thinking back in July of 2024, did you think that JP was a person that you could trust?
Yes.
Now, would you have trusted him?
No.
At some point the night of this incident, you're at Jeff's house, you're under the influence, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Are you using any substances while you're at Jeff's house that night?
Yes.
Do you eventually go to sleep?
Yes.
And let's talk about the next morning, so the morning of July 19th.
Okay.
At some point, you wake up, is that fair?
Yes.
Do you know at that point in time what happened to Joey?
No.
Do you try to communicate with Joey?
Yes.
What did you do?
I wrote him some message asking if he was okay, if he went to work, if he's out of the hospital. I didn't know if he just got stitched up and he was sent home. I didn't know where he was.
Was that message that you sent to Joey supposed to be deceitful in any way?
Yes.
How so?
I knew what had happened, but I was making it look like I hadn't known.
But to be clear, you didn't know at that point, or did you, if Joey had passed?
No, I did not know.
And tell me when you found that out.
So JP and Christy knocked on Jeff Hayes' door, and they came in and they told me that they had been in the investigators being investigated all night long, and they were told that Joey didn't make it. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
It's okay. So the first time you heard about Joey's passing was through JP?
Yes.
When JP came over to Jeff's that next morning, Samantha, was he looking for anything?
Yeah, he asked me for some meth right away.
And did he ask you for anything else?
He made me feel guilty that the investigators had taken both their phones. So at that point, I didn't really care. I was like, take mine. You can use it till you get yours back.
So when you gave your phone to JP, did you do that with any deceitful intention?
No.
That was more so because he didn't have a phone any longer.
That is correct.
Did you think that you would never see your phone after that date and time?
No.
Before giving your phone to JP, did you delete anything off of it?
No.
Would there even have been anything that you would have been concerned about on your phone?
Oh yeah. I didn't want JP to see inappropriate videos of me and Joey, like sexually.
And was there any content on your phone relating to drug use?
Yes.
But again, prior to you turning that phone over to JP, you didn't do anything to it.
No.
And just to be clear, you said it was your belief that you were going to get that phone back.
Yes, when he got his back, he was going to give mine back.
Very clear, Samantha, at any point did you ask JP to delete anything from your phone?
No, never.
Did you know when you gave him your phone that he was going to do anything like that to it?
No.
When did you first learn that he had done anything with your phone?
He messaged me on Jeff's phone and said that he wiped it, because that was his way of getting into his cloud. He had a factory reset it or something like that.
Did you have any concerns about him having done that?
Yes, I didn't have any of my contacts.
Did you express that to him?
Yes, I messaged him and said that I needed my contacts, and he said that he had saved all my stuff into the cloud.
And at some point, do you find out or do you believe that JP had destroyed your phone?
Yeah, he messaged me that he destroyed it. I didn't know how.
We've seen at least one other message, Samantha, where you're using Jeff Hayes' Facebook account, I believe it was, and you're telling a Caitlin that your phone was run over or damaged. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall that.
Why are you telling people that your phone was damaged if it was JP that had it?
Well, he said he had destroyed it. I basically was just giving her some lie so that I didn't have to go into the whole explanation of like what had happened and why JP had my phone and why he would wipe it. And she's nosy, so I just didn't want to tell her all my business.
So fair to say you're just bypassing the explanation of why you'd be using Jeff's account?
Yeah. Yes, sorry.
Now, we know that you're at Jeff's apartment on the 19th and that you're still there when you're ultimately apprehended on July 22nd. Is that right?
That is correct.
Had you stayed at Jeff's that entire time?
Yes.
Had you left at all?
I went to the gas station.
So you're at Jeff's house. What's your plan?
My plan is to go have my friend Missy Kane drive me to Wisconsin Rapids to see my probation officer and give her my side of the story.
So when were you going to do that?
Monday when she was in the office.
And we know that you're apprehended on Monday, is that correct?
Yes,
You're apprehended once you're walking outside, is that correct?
that is correct.
Where were you going at that time?
I was walking out to Missy's van.
And what were you going to do?
I was going to tell her to come in while I got ready to go.
To go where?
To Wisconsin Rapids, to my probation office.
Now, we saw a couple photographs of yourself when you were, prior to photographs having been taken of you. Do you recall those?
Say that again?
We saw some photographs of you prior to when some invasive type photographs were taken of you.
Yes,
And were you able to observe the photographs where you had phone numbers on your arms?
yes,
Were those phone numbers already on your arms prior to you being apprehended?
yes.
Why were they on your arms?
I was preparing to go to jail.
After you had talked to your agent, is that right?
Yeah, I figured she'd put me on a hold because of my drug use and so that they could investigate and make sure of my innocence.
Did you still have some concerns at that time about having a dirty UA?
Yes, slight.
We know that you had at least used on July 18th going into the 19th, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, when you are at Jeff's apartment, are you doing anything in preparation for this meeting with your agent?
Yeah, yes, I wrote down to my recollection the events from the night before so that I could have an accurate description so that I could tell her what really happened.
Why did you feel the need to write that down?
I think my guess would be so that I didn't forget anything.
Were you trying to write it down in a fabrication of anything?
No,
Did you have any deceitful purpose behind writing your statement down?
no,
It was essentially your intention to provide that to your agent, is that correct?
that is correct.
And as part of being on probation, is it normal for you to give statements like that to your agent?
Yes, yes,
It's normal?
yes, it's normal.
We've heard and seen a lot about what people believe your demeanor to have been like in the days after this incident, Samantha. So when you're at Jeff's apartment, tell us for yourself what you were feeling in those couple of days.
In terms of relevance.
All right, well, the court's going to overrule it. We've covered on other witnesses, her actions afterwards and her state of mind, so we'll let her supply her version.
I felt numb, disconnected, depressed, and just was going through the motions.
Now, Samantha, when you first get to Jeff's that evening, are you bringing anything there with you?
I think I had a bag, my phone, the drugs, my cigarettes, a vape.
What about clothing items?
No.
It's true that when you're at Jeff's, you do change your clothes, is that correct?
Yes, I had really short pink shorts on, and I was surrounded by men, so he gave me some longer to feel more comfortable in.
And eventually your top changes too, is that correct?
Yeah, he gave me a big t-shirt so I could sleep in it.
Do you know what happened to the clothes that you were wearing when you got there?
To my recollection, they went in the dirty clothes hamper.
And is that the last that you would have seen them?
Yes.
As far as these sandals that we have seen, are those the sandals you wore when you arrived at Jeff's place?
The pink Nike ones?
Yes.
Yes.
And is that, for the most part, if you recall, what you continued wearing for footwear?
Yes.
Now, Samantha, I want to move to some of these calls that we've heard that you made post to this incident. One of the phone calls that we heard was a call between you and your mother. Do you recall that?
Can you be more specific?
Yes, a call where you are telling your mother that you weren't there that night.
Yes, I recall.
When you made that phone call, did you know that it was being recorded?
Yes, I did.
And is it true that this phone call was made after there was a hearing in this matter?
Yes, it was after.
And it was after that you would have had an opportunity to hear some of what was being said in the case. Is that fair?
That's correct.
So why, Samantha, did you tell your mom during that recorded call that you weren't there that night?
She was saying indefinite that I was there, and I was trying to defer her from saying that because my original statement was that I wasn't there.
And did you have any concerns about really just in general talking to your mom about what happened?
Did I have any concerns?
Yes.
Yes.
We heard another phone call between you and your mom talking about these decals that would have been on the back of your Dodge Journey. Do you recall that call?
Yes, I do.
At the time that that call was made, were you aware that it was being recorded?
Yes, I knew.
In that call, did you ever state that you weren't at the scene that night?
I think I did.
You don't remember, is that fair?
That's fair.
Do you recall telling your mother that there were no decals on your car?
Yes, that was a lie.
Why did you tell your mom that?
Because Jeffrey had removed them.
And at that point in time, this call was in November of 2024, is that right?
That is correct.
And by that point in time, had you learned that Jeff had done that?
Yes.
Did you ever ask Jeff to do that for you?
No.
Did you ever ask Jeff to cover anything up for you?
No, he said that he needed to move my vehicle out of his spot into a visitor's spot, and I gave him my keys.
Is that the most that you knew about the vehicle?
Yes.
We've heard a lot, Samantha, about how your vehicle had no license plate. Do you recall that?
I went to the DMV and they gave me temporary plates that you put on the inside upper window.
And as far as you know, those temporary plates were in your vehicle that evening?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to them?
No.
Did you do anything to them?
No.
And you had normal plates on the way?
Yes.
All right, Samantha, I just have a couple more questions for you. On the night of July 18th of 2024, did you kill Joey Carnot?
No.
On the evening of July 18th of 2024, did you stab Joey?
No.
I don't have any further questions, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to meet the attorneys for a sidebar just to talk about some procedure. The jurors can stand and stretch while I meet with the attorneys. All right, we'll have the witness stick in the witness chair, and it's about 4:35 p.m., so I was trying to map out with the lawyers, just kind of a timeline on things still need to be done, and so we're going to break now for the day. We're going to pick up tomorrow with the same witness, and I'm going to stick around with the lawyers. We're going to start doing a few of the edits on the instructions. We've already done some, so they're still going to work for a while this late afternoon, early evening. Just so when we do some things tomorrow, I'm going to try and just be efficient with our allotment of time. So we're going to continue with some witness, maybe one or more tomorrow. We'll wait and see. And so at some point, depending on the timing tomorrow, either way, we're going to give you lunch. Not guaranteed, there's a possibility we may give you the case later in the day. Don't like doing that too late in the day, but when we give somebody, the jurors, a case to consider, we're mindful of the hours and the ability to keep attention later in the day. So I weigh those factors. So when jurors deliberate, sometimes it's on one day, sometimes it's parts of other days, so we've got options. And anytime you're here and deliberating, or close to deliberating, we would provide your meals and any other assistance to keep you comfortable so you stay focused. So don't bring a bag lunch tomorrow. I don't know if they already talked to you about the menu for tomorrow. I think they did. And so you're going to get lunch tomorrow, and there's still a little in and out of the courtroom towards the end of the case. And when you're out of the courtroom, obviously you don't discuss the case, don't compare notes. Since we're getting down towards the latter part of the trial, be exceptionally careful with the admonitions I gave you regarding your behavior and not investigating anything of that sort. So we're doing any research. So leave your notebooks in the jury room. Don't search for any media or any kind of internet stuff. Don't listen to people around you that ask you, is it winding it down? How's it going? Just remind them of the judge's orders. Okay, once again, notebooks stay in the room, and we'll have you back by the jury room by 8 a.m. tomorrow, and then we'll get in the courtroom soon after that. All rise for the jury. Okay, you can be seated. You give one to each table.
That'd be great.
Each table. The deputy can assist Ms. Krebs back to the table. All right, we're going to stay on the record on a few things just in preparation for the coming days. The packet of instructions, there was already some edits, but to review tonight, there's an edit to 158 that just references recordings in past tense. So an updated 158, 162, and 300 have been provided, so look at those tonight. In reverse order, the 300, the brackets were taken out. It references defendant testifying, so we'll probably use that version unless there's some good reason that either side tells me tomorrow not to. So that means 315 would be out. On 162, I just make reference to the 18 paragraphs and the stipulations that we would give them. And 158, we just do past tense of the recordings. So those are the first three edited ones that will come up in a jury instruction conference tomorrow. So look at those tonight. I don't need you to comment on those now. There's one about judicially noted facts. I don't think we've had any of those, so I'd probably take that out. Is that the state's perspective
Yes.
and defense perspective?
Agreed.
Okay. There was a reference when we were talking privately about 275, so both sides should talk about that. We didn't really have any formal motion on related to 275 type acts. We've talked about contextual evidence and panorama evidence, but we haven't had a formal hearing on things under 275. So the court's generally leaning towards not putting that in, but I'll hear from both sides tomorrow on that. There was a reference during the witness's direct examination to a comment saying, quote, all of us were on probation, unquote, or something along those lines. So I wanted the attorneys overnight to compare notes on that. Because if there needs to be clarification on that, the DA's office on cross can go over that. But we'll wait and see. They can give me an offer of proof before we're on the record tomorrow, or before we're in front of the jury. Is there any legal rulings that the state is seeking before cross-examination?
I think we did bring up in our sidebar the question of whether or not that phone call comes in now regarding the mania versus psychosis. I think the court was going to review that tonight, and we were going to discuss it tomorrow.
Okay, I'll probably have you play it again right at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
That's fine.
And so I was jotting my notes when there was a reference to those comparison of those terms during the defendant's direct exam. So we'll give you,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Point out that the testimony was, while we just heard it and while it's still fresh, she used both terms, but it was whatever you call it, whether it's media, too much sure of it.
Okay.
So I don't think that.
All right, well, I might visit with the court reporter just on how that was phrased when there was a contemporaneous discussion about those terms, mania or psychosis, and I'll also confirm with the court reporter the phrase, all of us were on probation, whether that was said. So I'll check those after court with the court reporter. Any legal issues from the defense before we break for today?
We didn't do it because the timing wasn't right, but it is nowadays considered.
Slide the microphone over. So.
Nowadays, it's considered mandatory that if there becomes an appellate issue, and if the appellate counsel wants to raise sufficiency of the evidence as a basis for appeal, it's mandatory that trial counsel make a motion before the court at some point before the jury renders a verdict for a dismissal of the case once the state has rested based upon insufficiency of the evidence, and as an alternative basis that no reasonable jury could find the defendant guilty based on the state of the evidence as it stands. So I'm making that motion.
Okay. The court considers that and considers that because things were moving faster, it was expected before or between when the state rests and we went into defense, but to accommodate the defendant to be on the stand, we just had you go into that. So under the presumption that it was made in that short gap or would have been made in that short gap, the court reviewing its notes and consideration of the direct testimony and this significant amount of circumstantial evidence and also the instruction on circumstantial evidence 170 and also 172. The court finds that to have the case continue, the state has met its burden, and the defense objection and request for a directed verdict is noted but denied at this point. Anything else the state wants to say on that issue?
Not on that issue.
All right. Depending on the number of witnesses that are called tomorrow morning and the allotment of time, if the state's considering any rebuttal witnesses, have those nearby tomorrow. The court's expectation is that the evidentiary portion of the case would be completed sometime tomorrow. Whether we get to final instructions and closings, we'll wait and see, and react based on the duration of the defense case and then the duration of any rebuttal witnesses. All right. We'll lock the courtroom overnight. It's 4:45, so we're going to adjourn for today and see you tomorrow in the courtroom by 8 o'clock. We're adjourned.